All right. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of the DICT Western Visayas Regional Office, we welcome you all to the launching of the Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program, or the WISER program, for the ICT Councils of Region 6. And I am Diana Periodico. I will be your host for this event. Once again, thank you very much to each and everyone for attending despite of your busy schedules. We really appreciate your time and effort to be with us this afternoon. But before we proceed, we would like to give a few reminders to everyone for a seamless flow of our program later. Okay, so first, we highly recommend following the naming convention. Please type in your LGU slash or agency name to be followed by your full name. So for the ease of recognition and documentation later on. Next is to make sure that you mute your microphone once the workshop has started. And for your questions, you can simply type in the chat box and our technical team will consolidate your questions and we will be answering those questions during our Q&A session later. And lastly, you can download our WISER virtual background and use it for the photo opportunity also later. Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward with our program, to give our participants a brief overview of the Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program for the ICT Councils of Region 6. Now, this is brought to you by the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Western Visayas Regional Office through the ICT Industry Development Bureau, or the IIDB, in collaboration with the Bacolod Negros Federation for Information and Communications Technology, or the BENEFIT, and the Iloilo Federation for Information Technology, or the IFIT. So the WISER aims to understand, inventory, and review the nature, models, and level of engagement and responsiveness of various ICT councils, organizations, or associations in Western Visayas. It also aims to immerse participants in design thinking activities to identify targets, problem areas, and concerns, and to identify major strategies to strengthen and sustain the ICT councils, organizations, or association in the face of technological and social disruptions. So again, we would like to remind everyone to please make sure to mute our microphone as we go along with our program. Thank you very much. Okay, at this moment, we would like to acknowledge the presence of everyone in the room. First of all, the DICT Visayas Cluster 1 team, headed by our Regional Director, Director Mario P. Conyado, together with our Chief of Technical Operations Division, Engineer Elmer D. Prudente. Good afternoon, sirs. And also, our provincial officers, Engineer Isidro B. Laguardia of Guimaras, Ma'am Ami Mationg of Aklan, Sir Jimwell Española of Antique, Engineer Lorwell Onglatco of Capiz, Engineer Romeo Tome of Negros Occidental, and Engineer Theodore Hernando of Iloilo. And also to our IIDB focal person, Engineer Arnold Abagat. To our resource speakers for this WISER webinar, and above all, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our guests and participants coming from the local government units, also the national government agencies, academe, private, and business sectors across the 6 provinces in Western Visayas. Good afternoon and welcome. To officially welcome us to this afternoon's event and to give us the updates about the DICT projects and programs, let us all welcome the OIC of the Office of the Regional Director of the DICT Visayas Cluster 1, the ever-active and hardworking Director Mario P. Conyado. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. So the Director MLO Delphine, Director of ICT Industry Development Bureau of the ICT, Mr. Csr Palmares, the President of Iloilo Federation for Information Technology, or ICT. Attorney Josel Batapas Sige, the Chair of Bacolod Negros Federation for ICT or Benefit. The ICT Western Visayas officials and employees, to our provincial officers and staff, ICT Industry Development Bureau, representatives of the local government units from the provinces of Baclan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, and Negros Occidental, representatives from the different ICT councils of Western Visayas, members of the academic community, national government agencies, students, ICT professionals, MSMEs, media practitioners. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of our DICT Secretary, Gregorio Bihunasan II, the Department of Information and Communications Technology Western Visayas Regional Office is happy to welcome you all to the launching of Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency, or WISER program. WISER aims to understand, inventory and review the nature, models and level of engagement and responsiveness of various ICT councils, organizations, or associations in Western Visayas. Immerse participants in design thinking activities to identify targets, problem areas and concerns, and identify major strategies to strengthen and sustain the ICT councils, organizations, or associations in the face of technological and social disruptions. It's great to have Attorney Josel Batapas Sige, Director Emelo Delfin, and Mr. Gisra Palmaris convening all of us here to put some energy into the conversation. We need to continue with what we have started or do even more. Do more actions so that we can show others how Western Visayas successfully accelerate development through its various digital initiatives towards digital Philippines. Thank you very much, everyone, for gracing this opening or launching of this program, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Director Mario, for welcoming us and for giving us updates regarding with the DICT projects. So please give Sir Mark a virtual applause. Okay, thank you very much. So at this juncture, we would like to grab first this opportunity to have a group photo with you all. No, so please, everyone, we request you to please turn on your cameras for a few quick shots. Turn on your camera. All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2. Sir Marvin, are we good to take a photo? All right. So we have 4 slides or 4 parts. Okay, everyone is ready.
Yana, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do I need to present my updates later after the photo ops?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, everyone, ready? In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more. Next slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And last, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Director Mario, you may take once again the microphone. Thank you very much, everyone.
I need to enable my screen sharing because I cannot.
Yes, sir.
My screen sharing is disabled.
For a while, sir. Okay. Uh, okay. There you go, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes po.
Okay, I'm going to present what have been done for the past 2 years since the start of the pandemic. The ICT Western Visayas accomplishments. The outline of my presentation will be the new the ICT strategic framework. We call that CISP or CHIP, means connect, harness, innovate, and protect. And our major accomplishments. So this is the new framework of the ICT, which was launched last June during the ICT National ICT Month. The first one is letter C, connect. This is the ICT priorities. It prioritizes the building of the national ICT infrastructure needed to support the digitization of country's government industries and communities. Harness or X, the ICT invests in digital education, bringing more digital commerce and job opportunities to the Filipinos. The ICT implements programs and projects that improve the delivery of government services through ICT innovation. We call that innovate. And then the ICT mitigates risk in a digital economy by using technology and responsive policies, as well as giving the people knowledge and tools to protect themselves. This is the protect component. So we have CSIP or CHIP. This is the ICT framework. So we will work on this framework here in the ICT Western Visayas in terms of projects and programs. So this one is adapted from the CHIP conceptual framework from the World Bank, the framework that we launched last June during the National ICT Month. This is the Philippines Digital Economy Report 2020. So this is towards digitizing the Philippines even now under the new normal. So connect, harness, innovate, and protect. So infrastructure, investment, education, digital education, skills and jobs, expand digital government and business services, just like the EBPLS website we have to develop for the local government units. Mitigate in our digital economy. This is the cyber security and the program that we have called the Public and Philippine National Public Infrastructure, PNPKI. So later I'm going to discuss in details all the programs and projects that we have. So this is the national broadband infrastructure of the Philippines. So right now we completed only up to the second level in cable landing stations, repeater station, and Luzon bypass infrastructures in La Union and Aurora. And then that will be cascaded towards the different provinces and regions in the country. For Western Visayas, we will get the services by 2023 based on the plans that was given to us. And during the workshops with the Philippine National Broadband team of the ICT Central Office. So while waiting for the national broadband to be activated in the Western Visayas, we have done engagements with the major telco players, the private telcos here in the Western Visayas, such as Smart or PLDT, and we have new players that converge telecommunications infrastructure, the Philippine fiber optic cable network, providing the cable infrastructure for Western Visayas. And we just concluded a meeting with the team of Converge Telecommunications, so that aside from the two players, we have another one or even another one, so that there's a competition, so that we can get whichever is the best service that they can offer to us while waiting for the additional broadband program to be cascaded to Western Visayas. So this is a sketch map of the Philippine backbone of OC network. this is the Philippine fiber optic network cable project. This is an international company. It was established in 2019, and they have this project in Panay Island and Negros. So the one marked in blue, these are the existing. They already started the laying out of fiber optic cable network cables in Panay Island, going to, I think it's Nabas in Antique. So for Negros Occidental, we have this one. I wasn't able to get the current status of the Panay Island. I'm still waiting the progress report from the project team of the Philippine Fiber Optic Network Cable. I got only the progress report of the fiber optic network cable of Negros Occidental, and this is phase 1, and the status is here. So it's ongoing cable splicing for cable blowing, splice and blowing. On the left side are the respective areas where they are going to, they have been laying out their fiber optic network cable in the province of Negros. So it means that once the infrastructure will be there, it's easier for us, stakeholders or customers, to connect and to select or to choose whichever services are better and cheaper. So we can have now the free will to choose whoever service provider that we would want to get in terms of efficiency and in terms of cost. Because there's already competition. So aside from the major telco players and additional players like Converse and Dito, we also have, I think, 4 cable network cables in Western Visayas, the Kabangkalan, Buena Vista, Calibo Cable, and some other cable networks. We have been tapping these companies in case the areas could not be served, or meaning to say we have the bidding, Smart or Globe PLDT will not be able to bid for the particular requirements in a particular localities. So we tap the services of our local cable networks so that we can provide the internet connectivity to those areas with failure bidding, because the major players didn't really want to bid for that particular areas that we have to put the internet connectivity. So as of 2020, this is now the updates of, or the status of our cell sites in Region 6. So for the province of Aklan, there are 95 cell sites, Smart, Globe, and Sun, 53, 28, and 14. Antique, a total of 67. So I still have to get from National Telecommunications Commission the updated version of the document, because this document was based on 2020 that they provided to us. So for Iloilo, we have, there are 321 sites, 170 from Smart, 103 from Globe, and 48 from Sun. For copy cell sites, 103 total, and 49 from Smart, 40 from Globe, and 14 from Sun. For province of Guimaras, 6 from Smart, 7 from Globe, and 3 from Sun. For Negros Occidental cell sites, there are a total of 400 cell sites, 190 from Smart, 131 from Globe, and 79 from Sun cell. So I would like also to tell you that Guimaras right now have also the fiber optic infrastructure. So provided by the Globe fiber lines, the PLDT fiber lines, and StreamTech network fiber lines. So there are 3 players in the province of Guimaras that will be able to provide the Guimaras constituents or any agencies and private entities to avail of the fiber network cable of these companies. Because we really have problems with Guimaras before, because we don't really have the infrastructure required so that the different stakeholders can avail of the internet or the fiber optic connection. This is the status of our fiber optic, the national broadband network for Western Visayas. So we're going to tap orders. an agreement among the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines and another candidates with the ICT. They will be using the spare dark fiber of the National Grid Corporation that would be used by the ICT so that we can have the bandwidth to pass through that infrastructure that they have. So for the last 2 years, since 2019, we conducted the testing of those fiber optic lines, including the submarine, domestic submarine cables, landing station cable, and then beach manhole surveys. So for the existing DICT buildings, that is the relay station and telex or telephone exchange, formerly with the Department of Telecommunications Office. So we completed 4 out of 11 for the telex, and then 4 out of 8 relay stations. Hopefully, we will complete the rehabilitation of these facilities owned by the ICT in preparation for the national broadband project that will be cascaded to our region. And also, we completed 5 out of 16 towers, repainting of the towers of the ICT Western Visayas. So another project that we have is Underconnect.
Hindi ko ikaw, kung confident kasi mo sir, una ka lang daan na kung mo papeles, feeling na Csr ka lang daan.
We're able to connect 58 national government agencies for our Iloilo GovNet. 187 technical support provided, and then 137 activities for the preventive maintenance routine with our team for the national government agencies connecting to our GovNet. These are for operational purposes of the national government agencies. We have phase 2 next year, additional number of government agencies to be connected to our GovNet, and propose for the provinces. Depends on the approval of the budget. So we already have the proposed plan submitted to the Central Office for funding. Next would be the Negros Occidental, and then Capiz, and the rest of the provinces of Western Visayas. This is the status of our free Wi-Fi for all project. So there are different categories per province. We have to provide internet connectivity through the public plazas, the rural health units, the local government units, Philippine high schools, public elementary schools, state universities and colleges, and national government agencies. So 173 for the province of Aklan, 100 for Antique, 113 for Capiz, 28 for the province of Guimaras, 327 Iloilo, 257 for Negros Occidental. So we still have to come up with the statistics, the percentage, because if we have to get the total number of elementary schools, we don't even have the 1% of the public elementary and high schools having the internet connectivity of free Wi-Fi. It's because pre-pandemic period, we were only able to include in the planning to have the interconnectivity of the state universities and colleges in 2019 and implemented in 2020. So right after March, when we have the pandemic, and public elementary schools and high schools and all other schools were closed due to the pandemic, that's the time we have to plan and then move forward so that these public elementary schools and high schools can be given the internet. Our priority last year were the rural government units, the Bacona centers, and the public hospitals. So because of the COVID cases that we really need, they really need the internet connectivity. The hospitals, rural health units, and isolation centers of the government were among the top priorities last year and this year. So for Innovate, we have this structure. So expand digital governance, government and business services, We have the IBPLS or EBPLS, the Digital Government Systems Development, Digital Government, ICT Development Consulting, Research and Study of Useful and Relevant Emerging Technologies to Innovate, the National Government Portal, Digital Innovation Studios, Startup Grants and Aid Program, Emerging ICT Industries. Ma'am Emmy, we're going to discuss regards to digital startup later on. So this is the structure of our digital government, other innovative components. So we have the business, central business portal, and the system EBPLS we have been implementing here in our region called the Electronic Business Permits and Licensing System. So it enables the LGUs to process applications for new and renewal business permits electronically. So, and we have also the National Government Portal, which is right now based in the central office in Manila. And next year, there will be 2 National Government Portals in Visayas and in Mindanao. Startup, this acceleration program, this will be discussed later on, is under Innovate. And under Innovate also, I discussed a few minutes ago, is the ease of doing business for the EBPLS. And then we have been doing this for the last 2 years, engagement with the local government units to have their offices connected to the EBPLS free of charge. And the Central Business Portal was also launched last year. And we have one here in Region 6. I think it's Santa Barbara. And then we have also the VXIR or DVAS. This is the vaccination, the ICT vaccination administration system that we started implementing last March and ongoing right now. For the EBPLS accomplishments, we're able to complete the technical assistance provided to LGUs, 544. The breakdown is seen on the screen with the different provinces. We conducted end users training to LGU 64, 195. LGUs attended the roadshow, conducted the roadshows for the local government units. Of course, it's with collaboration of the DTI and the DILG, Department of Interior and Local Government. They are our partners in implementing EBPLS. Then 16 MOA, and then we have number of coordination meetings conducted, 828. And then right now we have 33. And then local government operational local government units. We are still having engagements with the different, because some local government units already have the system that was developed by a private company. If they would want to migrate or use EBPLS, so we welcome them to have that one, and then meetings have been done so that they can migrate or they can stop the existing system that they have, because some encountered problems with the high cost of maintenance, and then the code itself, once programmers leave the company, people in the local government units are helpless because they don't have the code of that program that they purchase. So that is the maintenance problem and the cost. So out of 133 local government units of Western Visayas, we only have 33 LGU using EBPLS. I hope that we can have more this year and next year. In terms of, because we were given the task to engage with our local government units, municipalities specifically, to have their presence on the World Wide Web. So we have been conducting trainings to the IT officers of the different municipalities so that they can already, once we develop the website for them, for people who's going to maintain the website of the certain municipality. So we conducted 8 trainings and produced 110 trained participants. So as of the moment, there are 52 live websites of Western Visayas, 16, this is the ICT hosted, and 36 are privately hosted websites, and 3 municipalities on the staging phase right now. And the list is here. The ICT hosted and the privately hosted websites, and local government units without websites. So we have schedules for training of the local government units for those LGUs who are present right now. So we will be sending letters to you so that we can train your IT people and develop the websites for your municipality. So I really need the cooperations of the local government units for these programs that we have. Because we have to catch up, we only have 52 out of 133 municipalities. We still have several local government units without the website. It's really very important right now for our municipalities to have the presence in the World Wide Web. So it's really the best medium so that you can advertise whatever products you have if you're a tourist destination. So what's within your municipality, what services can you offer, not only to your people and also people from outside of your municipality. If you're a major tourist destination, it's really good that you have your website so that it's easy for those tourists to check what are the available areas in your community or your municipality that they can visit. So this is the WIMS Adibas accomplishment that we have. We completed the roadshow, and I think have one municipality went live yesterday using the ICT vaccination administration system, and we'll be having more municipalities is going to adopt the ICT vaccination administration system. And the other framework that we have is Harness. So this is the ethical digital transformation centers, digital cities. So within Harness, we invest in digital education skills and jobs. So ICT capacity development in the countryside. And then we have digital workforce, online platforms for digital workforce. We have several online or webinars for free to our people here in Region 6. So establishment, this is tech already. It has been here for several years already. We have several tech forward centers within Region 6, and services, apps are available for any of your constituents who would want to avail of the applications in the several tech forward centers found in your locality. And then we also have the digital education, so the learning management system for teachers and several other technical trainings that we offer to our constituents so that they can get online jobs and any skills that really have to update so that they can be employable during this time of the pandemic, especially online jobs. The launch of digital cities and programs will be discussed later on. We also have the newly launched the Ict Academy. There are several programs that will be offered for government agencies, employees of government agencies, includes forces of information security, cybersecurity, and emerging transformative technologies under the digital workforce through Ict Academy. And then upscaling the space too. It's going to be next year. And conduct of digital jobs is under Ict Academy. Training of ICT skills in the region. Training content developed for persons with disabilities. So under our Tech for Ed or Harness component, we're able to establish 303 Tech for Ed centers. We were able to train 1,038 center managers for our center managers in tech for center managers found in different locations. We were able to garner 10 awards. We were able to update the center's software and monitored our centers, and additional MO assigned a number of interventions. We monitored the center if it's still really functioning or not. Digital cities is our accomplishment. Here in Region 6, we only have one, is Rojas City. And then for the digital governance awards, 6 LGUs already, and then 10 participated. And we have several awards already garnered during the National E-Governance Awards. So our activities for this semester and next year, it's here for the Startup Challenge, Start Community Bootcamp, Regional Coaching, Startup Investment Readiness Workshop. So we'll be conducting this second semester of 2021. For Digital Jobs PX, we were able to conduct 33 trainings. Graduates with online clients, 155. Digital Jobs workshops for freelancers, we have 737. 234,638 freelance sales. So this can be have breakdown, 143 for MSMEs, 29 for LGUs, and 4 state universities and colleges. We would want to add more partners from the Academy this year. So during the pandemic, we started conducting webinars. We're able to train 2,235 participants for our webinar, different as DL, IML, we have the local area networking, basic computer, office productivity. So those are some of the examples of the webinars that we have been conducting since last year. This is under ILCDB. This is the ICT Literacy Competency Development Bureau. This is the training arm and certification arm of the ICT and the ICT Western Visayas. So ICT certification, we conduct diagnostic examination for programming, and there were 100 passers. And then conduct ICT professional certification examination, 18 passers out of the 81 takers. I think the passes is really very low because we have to really to check or evaluate what's wrong, why only few were able to pass the examination, the certification exam. Because most of these passers have been working as a programmer. But if you are with ICT and you don't have practice with programming, most of you will not pass the certification exam. So digital education, this is a specialized training program for students. We conducted one this year with 19 participants, and a specialized ICT program for teachers. We trained 652 teachers in one training conducted. For digital workforce, we have data-driven governance. We conducted 4, trained 150 participants. And training courses, course conducted 1 and 67 participants for the digital governance initiatives. Training on digital transformative technologies, we conducted 2 this year and trained 156. Training on cybersecurity and data privacy, 6 trainings and 1,113 participants. So we're able to train 12,090 for digital literacy. These are all online. We call that webinars. And then 46 batches of DL and 25 batches from IML, or the Internet Media Information Literacy. And webinars on technical trainings for all sectors. We're able to train 8,378 participants, different types of technical trainings, such as Java programming, we have Python programming, and many more technical trainings or webinars, online trainings that we conducted since the start of the pandemic. And protect, this is the last component. So we have the insert. This is National COVID Emergency Response Team. This is the team who really have to respond right away in terms when there's disaster in the Philippines. So these are a team that communicate So every cluster has to report right away to the central office once there's a typhoon, there's an earthquake in our area. So what happened to the telecommunications facilities? Do we need a backup visa so that communications will not be disrupted? So this is the team that have been doing this job under our disaster risk reduction management unit of the ICT. So there's also an ongoing certification and testing lab for cybersecurity. And the one that has been gaining popularity is the PNPTI, or the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure, because it's really needed when you are not working in the office and you have to sign documents. You have to use the digital signature so that wherever your location is, you can sign the documents. So we also train several, and this year we have thousands of applicants because of the upcoming election. Mostly teachers who will be manning the election next year will be registered and provided with a digital certificate of PNPTI. And we have one, this one will be provided to the Western Visayas in 2023. This is the JEX move, or this is a government emergency communication system. So this is the unit with several components inside that we use during disaster or communications. So we have this component by 2023, because right now the priority areas are in Luzon, especially those areas that are really lots of disaster according to the particular regions. So I think there were already 6 deployed. Now we are waiting for our JEX move to be deployed in Western Visayas. This is very useful during disaster. So this is part of the protect components. I already discussed it, PNPTI, and then the JEX move, and then the cybersecurity awareness program. We've been conducting cybersecurity awareness, advocacy, or trainings to provide our stakeholders in Western Visayas the information or the skills, or what are the things that you really need to do so that you will be protected in the cyberspace. So we were able to issue 610 PKI certificates. And then we conducted 14 orientations. For the second semester, we will have more. These are just our accomplishments last semester. Cybersecurity orientation, events organized and managed, data privacy organized in collaboration with National Privacy Commission, and our meetings with IATF. Is under cybersecurity, data privacy, and PNPTI under the protect components. So the disaster risk reduction and management, also we are part of this, and we have this equipment will be made available to our provincial offices in time of disasters. So the ICT invested in Region 6 so that we can have this equipment for emergency purposes. And that's all. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much once again, Director Mario P. Conyado, Regional Director of the DICT Western Visayas Regional Office. A round of applause, or virtual applause, for Director Mario.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Now let us move on to the highlights of the program. Time for us to meet our guest speakers. To give us a keynote message about the Digital Cities program and other IIDB, DICT projects for Visayas, let me introduce to you our first guest speaker. In her 20 years in public service, she is very passionate about creating positive changes in the lives of Filipinos, most especially in the countryside through the ICT industry development programs. These include bringing digital jobs related to the information technology business, process management or the IT BPM sector, to cities outside Metro Manila and capacitating rural talents to get into online freelancing. She also leads the DICT initiatives to move the Philippines towards becoming the global hub for high-value IT BPM services. She was recognized and awarded by the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or the NICP, as a countryside development champion for her dedicated work in implementing initiatives that promote countryside development. Recently, the DICT, through her bureau, in partnership with the Information Technology Business Process Association of the Philippines, launched the Digital Cities 2025, one of the flagship programs of the DICT in the new normal. Let us all welcome the Director of the ICT Industry Development Bureau of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Please welcome Ms. Emilu Versosa Delfin. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much, Diana. Hi, good afternoon everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Actually, I'm very happy to be here today. Yesterday, I was actually here with Region 6. Kung physical lang yon, so dalawang araw po ako nandyan. But yesterday, I saw some DTI representatives here yesterday. I was also with their event, in their event, launching their moonshot activity. And now this is a DICT sponsored event. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Director Omar Conyado and of course his team for really organizing this, of course, together with Attorney Giselle Batapasige and another speaker, another countryside development champion, Sir Csr Palmares, and to Joven also, to all guests, participants, fellow public servants, particularly I would like to say hi to all the representatives from the local government units. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Natutuwa po kami na I know you're all very busy, this because of the challenges brought about by COVID, but still you're here with us today. But really we commend all your hard efforts in really trying to address itong lahat po ng nangyayari ngayon sa atin. And to all the representatives from the Academy, our private sector partners, to all guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank, of course, DICT VC1 for inviting me today. I know this is one of the activities because next week we are going to have a much bigger event because it's the entire Visayas conducting the Victor, that's the gathering of all ICT councils, LGUs, all the stakeholders in Visayas for the 3-day event, 2-day event. And so I'm grateful and honored to be here with you today to share with you some updates on the ICT industry in the Philippines. I have not prepared anything because sabi ni Attorney Giselle, magkwento na lang daw ako. But just very quickly, I would like to also introduce the various programs and initiatives of the department to support the ICT industry. But Director Omar has shared with you a very extensive, very comprehensive programs of all the DICT initiatives, particularly the CHIP framework. I'm supposed to share with you the CHIP framework also, pero quickly na lang just to highlight again and reiterate what we are doing to be able for the Philippines to play a significant player in the global digital economy. And siguro just very quickly, as you may know, one of the missions of the DICT, you can ask everyone to just please put your on mute, Okay, thank you so much. Not everyone really knows about that. DICT, one of our core missions, is really ensuring the growth and competitiveness of the ICT industry that will result in the creation of more jobs, especially to the countryside, bringing those jobs to the countryside. Parang we're very popular when it comes to providing digital connectivity infrastructure and of course digital transformation of the government agencies and LGUs. But kasama po sa main mandates namin is really ensuring the growth and competitiveness of the ICT industry that will bring a lot of jobs, employment opportunities in Manila, but also okay, so and to be able to help fulfill that mission, our bureau, which I head, the ICT Industry Development Bureau, we are actually mandated to help fulfill that mission. Kaya I've been invited today to discuss what are the industry programs that we are implementing now in partnership with our different stakeholders. So for many years, our former agency, the Commission on Information and Communications Technology under the leadership of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and then DOST ICTO at the time of President Aquino, we've been taking care of the ICT industry, particularly the IT and Business Process Management or the IT BPM, or mas popular siya sa tinatawag na BPO industry. And I would like to say that this industry, so we talk about BPO industry, we talk about hindi lang contact center, we're talking about the animation, software development, health information management, game development. So this industry, the BPO industry, composed of those different subsectors, is one of the most resilient sectors despite the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Philippine IT BPM sector managed to sail through 2020 by posting employment and revenue growth. So other sectors have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but this industry, despite of the challenges, still continues to grow. The latest data from the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, that's the umbrella association of all the BPO companies in the country, reported that the number of full-time employees of the sector in the country increased by 32,000 last year, bringing the total industry headcount to 1.32 million full-time employees. And the sector also registered growth of 1.8% compared to 2019. So it recorded revenues of $26.7 billion in 2020. Dati po, this has always been the second largest contributor to the Philippine economy next to the contribution of the OFW remittances. Nagkaroon ng 1.4% jump from the previous year, so in 2020. So this represented a rare rise in business, as I mentioned, as most industries experienced record declines in 2020. And the Philippine economy contracted by negative 9.6% decline, as reported by the Philippine Statistics Authority. So this year, the industry will be prioritizing optimization of existing operations, digital transformation, and the upskilling of human capital. And a recalibrated study was done because before COVID, there was this study that the target is to be able to generate from 1.3 to 1.5 to 1.6 million jobs by the end of 2022. And however, we had to recalibrate that study because ano nga ba yung impact niya because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So a recalibration study was conducted by Everest Group. It's an international research and consulting firm. And it identified strategic imperatives to help the industry achieve its potential to attain 5% headcount growth and revenue growth of 5.5% per annum from 2021 to 2022. So meaning this will include stronger pivot towards becoming a more digitally enabled nation, expediting investments to attract and develop talent, enhancing government support, and boosting the sector's role in influencing public policy towards a friendlier business environment and improving infrastructure, among others. The DICT, of course, we recognize the role of information technology and business process management, or the BPO industry, and the country's economic recovery objectives, and its importance in achieving sustainable growth through digital transformation. So on this note, again, I would like to mention and highlight what Director Omar said earlier, that we are following the CHIP framework as the new strategic guide for the ICT program. So the CHIP framework, we launched this last June in celebration of our ICT month. So this framework was adopted from the World Bank Digital Economy 2020 report, which aims to outline and restructure the DICT's plans and initiatives to accelerate digital transformation of the country in the context of the new normal. So as mentioned by Director Omar, the framework is composed of 4 focus areas, namely connect, harness, innovate, and protect. Just very quickly, so again, as I would like to reiterate that connect is about building the digital foundation to ensure compatibility and interoperability, to ensure inclusive participation in the digital economy. So kanina po, Director Omar highlighted all the different infrastructure programs of the DICT and even the accomplishments of Region 6. Harness is about investing in analog complements such as skills and literacy, regulation, leadership, and institutions to leverage the old economy. So lahat po ng upskilling, reskilling initiatives namin are under this harness. And even our Digital Cities program, as mentioned by Director Omar, is under this. Innovate, on the other hand, is about creating and expanding the new economy services, business models, digital entrepreneurship, and e-government. And as mentioned by Director Omar, we would like to invite all the local government units who are here to participate in our annual Digital Governance Awards. It's basically awarding, recognizing the efforts of LGUs in providing services to the consumers, to the customers, to the businesses using ICT. So it's still open, no? Sana po maka-join kayo dito for this year because we are going to have our awarding ceremonies by November. And last one is protect. It's about mitigating risks on cybersecurity and privacy, digital monopoly, and equality of opportunity. So we want to make sure that all online transactions will be protected. And in fact, we have a separate bureau just to ensure that we are all protected in the cyberspace. So under RA 10844, that's the DICT law, we are mandated, as I mentioned, to ensure the sustainable growth of the Philippine ICT-enabled industries, again, that will actually result in the creation of jobs. So our bureau, the ICT Industry Development Bureau, in coordination with other operating units, together with our cluster offices, will lead and manage the development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of ICT industry programs. So the DICT, together with IBPAP, that's the umbrella association of all the BPO companies in the Philippines, together with Licho Property Consultants, we've been advocating for inclusive growth and development around the Philippines through the next 5 cities, or now the digital cities. So the digital cities program, it's aimed at highlighting the value of countryside development and the capability of key locations outside Metro Manila to become thriving business districts and viable investment hubs for IT BPM services. And of course, we'd like to congratulate Region 6 for having 2 cities in the only 6 centers of excellence, Bacolod City and Iloilo City, for being part of the 6 centers of excellence. So ka-level niya ang Metro Manila, ang Cebu, Metro Clark, and Davao, for being part of the 6 centers of excellence. When you talk about centers of excellence, meaning more than 30,000 direct jobs have been employed in those cities. And of course, for Bacolod and Iloilo, they've been employing direct jobs of around 30 to 40,000 jobs right now. And also congratulations to Rojas City. I saw some representatives from the LGU of Rojas City for being one of the 25 digital cities, which we launched last year. And we hope that our Rojas City will have its own digital cities roadmap para we can already start implementing the different programs to your city. And we hope that other locations in Region 6, like for example, Calibo, hello Marsh, nakita ko si Marsh kanina, and maybe Kabangkalan City, I'm not sure kung sino pa po yung other locations and in Region 6. And we hope that, you will follow the footsteps of Bacolod and Iloilo and Rojas to be part of this, a list of cities. And if there's one secret ingredient, why these cities excel, because of the very active collaboration of the key stakeholders. I'm talking about the collaboration of the government, meaning not only the local government units, but the other offices of NGAs, like provincial regional offices of DTI, DOST, and all the government agencies concerned. And one very important pillar, of course, is the academe. So hi to all the academe representatives here. And of course, the private sector. Attorney Giselle has that key for that, magic. Baka, I'm sure she will mention that. Sorry, Attorney Giselle, kinapture ko na yan. Making academe, government, industry collaborate. So that's the only really key ingredient for all the cities and locations na talagang mag-thrive in the new normal, particularly in embracing digital transformation. So apart from this, from the Digital Cities program that we've been implementing, we are also one of the 3 lead agencies in the implementation of the innovative startup law, which was just signed in 2019. So yan po yung pinasend ko yesterday together with the DTI and DOST. And so we have launched the Digital Startup Development and Acceleration Program, which shall foster an environment where innovation is given every opportunity to be designed, tested, and turned into actual products. So the goal of the program is to be able to have a strong Philippine startup ecosystem by providing support that will enrich and strengthen the competitive advantage of Filipino startups. So earlier, while I'm talking about employment in the IT/BPM industry, the goal of the Startup Development Program is to be able for us to develop, to produce our own startups, our own entrepreneurs using ICT. So kumbaga, while we understand that the mindset of the Filipinos is that after graduation, naka-program tayo na dapat magpa-employ tayo after graduation. The startup program is, changing that mindset that, hey, there are other options for us aside from being employed in the different companies, because we can actually become our own entrepreneurs or startups. We just have to have that creative idea and use technology to be able to implement that. So hindi kailangan ng malaking pera or capital to become successful startups. So ito po yung aming palaging pinopromote about the Digital Startup Development and Acceleration Program. In fact, ongoing po ngayon yung aming call for entries, because we have our Philippine Startup Challenge, as mentioned by Director Omar. It's open to all students, regardless. Dati, 4th-year students, college students lang. Now it's all open to senior high, to all levels of college, and another category will be open to all professionals, as we are mandated by the law, or the innovative startup law, that we can provide grants to the startup. So right now we are finalizing the guidelines so that we can provide at least 500,000 to up to 1 million pesos na grant sa ating mga startups if they want to pursue to become successful startups. And so the DICT also recognizes the role of the freelancing industry or the gig economy as one of the potential drivers of economic growth in the country. So ano po itong online freelancing industry or gig economy? This is basically online jobs, so you can actually work from home. You can earn dollars while you're with your family. You don't need to go abroad to earn dollars as long as you have the skills. And in this particular program, we've been implementing scholarships for free. And we have received a lot of different testimonials na para bang sinasabi nila na dati silang mga OFW and then they came back to the country unemployed, but when they joined the online freelancing training, they were able to get jobs, and they've been receiving salaries more than the salaries that they've been receiving when they were working as OFW. So ito po, isa to sa pinopromote din namin, because when we talk of the Digital Cities program earlier, may certain criteria kasi or requirements for a city to become a digital city or a location to become a digital city. However, we recognize there are a lot of potential talents outside of the cities, and if they want to avail to become successful online freelancers, then they can actually avail of the scholarships that we're offering. Right now, in the Philippines, siguro we should be around 3 million Filipino online freelancers in the country. And for many years, we've been very proud to say that the Philippines in the contact center or in the voice-based services were #1 in the world since 2010 and up to now. But we would like to announce that aside from the BPO voice-based services that were #1 in the world, according to the Global Gig Economy Index, we're #1 and we're the fastest growing economy in terms of the online freelancing industry or gig economy. And because of, so in 2019, we were #6. But last year in 2020, we're #1. So 208% ang increase, meaning a lot of Filipinos are embracing technology to look for jobs. So nakaka-proud lang that aside from the BPO industry, we're #1 also in terms of the global gig economy, according to Payoneer. So that's the Global Gig Economy Index. So, in order to sustain this, our opportunities as being #1 in the world, our DICT, we aim to develop a Philippine online freelancing industry roadmap 2022 to 2030, so that we will actually know what are the challenges faced by the online freelancers in the country. And of course, come up with a baseline study. Ilan na ba talaga yung online Filipino freelancers in the country? What are the challenges, so that the government can also provide interventions and other opportunities or initiatives that we can also contribute to them. And also because of that, we will have our Philippine Online Freelancers Conference. Gusto ko na pong i-pitch that we will have this Philippine Online Freelancers Conference in November. But each cluster, like in the case of Director Omar, magkakaroon din po ng State of Online Freelancing Industry in Region 6 and Region 6 po, which will serve as a platform to foster discussions on the opportunities, challenges, and key imperatives to further promote the online freelancing industry in the country. And so with the proliferation of technology, it is crucial to harness also digital skills, technical skills, and core skills. So continuous upskilling and reskilling will enable us to stay relevant with the demands of the digital landscape. Just very quickly, based on the recent performance of ASEAN states for UN Sustainable Development Goals indicator, ito naman, the Philippine lags in every ITU endorsed ICT skill. And based on 2020 World Digital Competitiveness Ranking of the Swiss-based Institute of Management Development, we're 52nd out of 63 nations assessed. So medyo, while our competitive advantage is our talent, of course, we have to step up. And based on this, I think we really have to come up with the different upskilling, reskilling efforts. And that's why the DICT thrives to gear up massively digitally by providing ICT training and certifications for competitiveness, continuous upskilling of local workforce and entrepreneurs for developing smart cities and fostering digital citizenship and inclusivity. And together, and because of that, it is essential now for the ICT industry to constantly maintain our competitive advantage through upskilling and reskilling. And we're happy also to share that the DICT is developing the Philippine Skills Framework for the IT BPM industry. So it's an interagency effort to make sure that our skills of our talents, the skills of our talents are relevant now to the needs of the industry. So the skills framework will serve as the national skills framework that is at par with the international standards. It will involve the development of sector-specific skills frameworks that will guide the country's workers in enhancing their skills and to improve their competitive edge for particular job roles. So with the framework that we will have, the DICT through our training bureau, TESDA, CHED, DepEd will just have to look at that framework because that will guide them na ito pala ang kailangan nilang i-develop na curriculum or courses because ito yung kailangan na skills needed by the industry. Okay, so as the rapidly changing ICT landscape, developments and advancements in technology, we also want to keep pace with the emerging technologies. No, I'm talking about emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things or IoT, blockchain, robotics, augmented reality, and those different emerging tech right now. And in DICT, we want to fully understand this because this is really crucial as we continue to implement digital transformation based on the CHIP framework. So right now we are doing some learning sessions because we have to understand what are these emerging technologies and how these technologies can become ICT industries like that of the BPO industry then. So we will have a lot of webinars, learning sessions, understanding what is AI, what is IoT, what is blockchain, and we will be inviting you in all of those webinars now. So there. So we at the DICT, we envision to promote and develop the digital sectors through innovative solutions. And we would like to reinforce the Philippine ICT industry. So on this note, we recognize the importance of strengthening collaboration among our stakeholders and partners in promoting innovation and bolstering the digital ICT sector in the country. That is why the DICT and the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines continue to work hand in hand in mobilizing activities in order to boost the ICT, especially in the countryside. And we're very happy that under the Region 6, we have very active ICT councils. These are members of NICP. So NICP, that's the umbrella association of all the ICT councils in the country. And we were very happy that Region 6 has a lot of very active ICT councils. Like I'm talking about IFIT, of course, because of the leadership of Sir Jesraf and Joven, Benefit because of Attorney Giselle and the other members of Bacolod, Negros Occidental stakeholders, and Rojas City, very active, through Sir Bob Ong, and of course the leadership of LGU there. Aklan Kalibo ICT Council because of Ma'am Billy and Marsh, and of course the different ICT stakeholders there. So we all know that NICP, being the recognized national organization of ICT councils in the Philippines, we continue to support them. In fact, the confederation, which is composed of the different ICT councils, they're instrumental in sharing best practices in the ICT industry. And we would like to recognize the roles of ICT councils in the country, especially their contribution and their hard work in developing the local ecosystem to harness the IT BPM industry and the opportunities of the digital economy. So we would like to encourage those LGUs that don't have the ICT Council yet, the DICT, together with different stakeholders, are willing to support you in establishing your own ICT Council. Kumbaga, the council hindi lang naman siya para sa BPO industry, but lahat ng ICT initiatives, pagtulong-tulong bawat stakeholders from the academe, private sector, and government. Of course, there's no, I mean, we can do a lot, no? Walang imposible as long as we will work together towards really having ICT for development for your own location. So with this, we express our sincere appreciation for our partnership with NICP and all the local ICT councils in the country through the commitment and collaboration and the implementation of the initiatives and projects, no, in terms of talent development, institutional development, marketing, and advocacy. And I would like to say that without the active participation, collaboration of ICT Council, mahihirapan din po ang DICT to implement our programs without the presence of ICT councils in the different parts of the country. And for us, no, to continuously support then NICP, we are supporting the several ICT virtual conferences this year. So next week, we're inviting everyone, and siguro for most of you here have already registered to participate in Victor. Victor, that's the Visayas ICT organization conference. And we are inviting all the different stakeholders in Visayas. And we also have MinCon for Mindanao, ClickCon for Luzon. And basically, the goal is to be able to bring various people and companies together, all the different stakeholders, to learn about latest trends, developments, best practices, and opportunities from ICT leaders around the country. So we believe that the partnership now will help the DICT to propel the country's national ICT agenda towards a world-class digital economy. So today, we'd like to invite everyone again to participate in Victor, and we would like to encourage everyone to establish your ICT Council. Andyan po si Sir Jesraf, si Joben, si Attorney Josel, pati na sila Marsh, no? Kung paano kayo matutulungan pag-create ng inyong ICT Council in your own localities. And so the DICT from the national office, particularly our bureau, of course, we're willing to work with you on how we can help you in ensuring that yung inyong ICT for development will be realized. So today, as we celebrate, as we have this Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program, we urge everyone to fully participate and make this event a very successful one. So again, thank you so much, Director Omar, Attorney Giselle, for organizing this activity. And I wish everyone the best in today's activity. So magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And let's all stay safe, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay. Another virtual applause, please, for our IADB Director, Ms. Emilu Versosa Delphine. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we highly appreciate your presence this afternoon. Thank you very much. Okay. And to everyone, we would like to remind everyone, no, please, for your attendance, for those na hindi pa po nakapag-attendance, you can find the link in our chat box. And also, we have our poll, as you can see. So you can simply choose. Okay, for our poll, which of these IIDB, DICT projects mentioned will your LGU primarily participate soonest? So please choose top 3. Sa atin pong poll. Alright. Nauna po ang WISER creation of an ICT council. Also, the trainings on emerging technologies. Okay. All right. Nauna pa rin yung WISER, creation of an ICT council, and the trainings on emerging technologies. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, for our attendance, may we request everyone na hindi pa po nakapag sign up. You can see our attendance link in our chat box. Okay, last 1 minute to choose sa ating poll. And we would like to remind everyone to please mute your microphone. Right, thank you very much. Okay, our poll is okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your answers. And the result is the WISER creation of an ICT Council. So, yan po yung top natin or primary option or choice, no? To participate ng ating mga LGUs. Okay, thank you very much for joining our poll. And we would like to request for our attendance lead, our technical team, please. Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, let me introduce to you to our next speaker. So our next speaker who will share to us about the rationale of the WISER program is the DICT's consultant for Digital Cities Project, the chair of the Bacolod Negros Federation for Information and Communications Technology, or the Benefit, and she is a co-founder and former president of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or the NICP. Let us know more about her through this video presentation.
Our speaker is a catalyst for jobs and opportunities in the countryside and an advocate for information and communications technology. In 2016, she was named as one of the outstanding women in the nation's service in the field of information and communications technology. In 2008, she co-founded the National Information and Communications Technology Confederation of the Philippines, an umbrella organization of all ICT councils composed of academe, government and private sector in different cities and provinces in the country. She was chosen as one of Asia Society Top 10 Philippines 21 Fellows in 2009. In 2012, she was selected as Eisenhower Fellow of the Philippines and went to the U.S. to learn about innovation and digital transformation. In 2014, she was named as Philippine Individual Contributor of the Year during the International ICT Awards given by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines and the Information Technology Business Association of the Philippines. In 2013, she became Digital Transformation Policy Consultant, where she helps design policies and programs for Filipinos to thrive in the digital age. She is a certified coach and Level 2 and 3 mentor for digitalization and business law under the Department of Trade and Industry. She is also consultant for Digital Cities program under the Department of Information and Communications Technology. She is currently chairman of the board of the Voice of the Free Foundation and founder of an innovation and design startup, the Design Thinking Factory. She is a practicing lawyer and a law professor for legal ethics and legal research since 1998 and served as city councilor for 9 years. Please welcome our speaker, digital innovation advocate, attorney Josel Batapasigi. Our speaker is a catalyst.
Okay, so thank you very much, Diana. And shall I also thank Siri, my voiceover for that video. So at this point, as I give you the rationale of this activity, I actually set our microphone mode to not allow everyone to unmute themselves so that you are all muted. Remind me, Diana, to change that particular set up later after I give the rationale. Okay, so good afternoon, maayong hapon sa tanan, mayad nga hapon sa tanan, no? So my family name, as you can see, is Batapa from Bacolod and Sige from San Joaquin. So kabaluman ko magkinaray agamay, no? So I'm really truly a resident of Western Visayas. That's why I'm really truly happy that we are now wiser than we were compared to last year. That's the essence of life. You move forward, no? So good afternoon to our wiser pioneer, Director Omar, and of course our countryside godmother, okay, si Director Emmy of IIDB, and of course my fellow Western Visayas ICT advocate, Csr and Joven, and all the ICT movers in this call. I know there are many of you who are already working in this area for the last several years. Maayong hapon sa inyo tanan, and today I hope will be a very fruitful day, a start for what is to come. No, as I was listening to all the previous speakers, I was praying because the rain poured very hard here in Bacolod. So you know what happens when it rains so hard. No, the connectivity is affected, the power is affected. So I was telling the DICT team, anytime if something happens, anyway, you have the hosting of the Zoom. No? So, but thank God that I'm still here and we are able to engage this afternoon. I'd like to keep to time so that our next speaker will also be able to do his part. After me, we will have our last speaker who will provide a concrete input of what we are going to discuss this afternoon, no? Just to give you a background, what Director Omar earlier shared were all the resources that we have in so far as the DICT Western Visayas is concerned. So you have trainings, you have connectivity, you have technology, you have almost everything now in Western Visayas. And most of all, we have a Department of ICT, which we did not have prior to 2016. We were just all wishing and dreaming for a DICT. So practically, we now all have these resources. What else do we have? Currently, we have a special bureau inside the Department of ICT, which is the ICT Industry Development Bureau. For many years, kami ni Sir Jesrap and all the ICT advocates, we were always saying that ICT is not only infrastructure. Although infrastructure is very important, don't get me wrong. We need connectivity, and I'm praying right now that my connectivity will continue on until the end of the program. But you know what? ICT is more than infrastructure. It's about innovation. And this afternoon, we will sell to you one of the most important ingredients of development. And that is simply collaboration. Because we can all do everything we want to do. But if we are not in the same page, if all our activities are not synced, we might not really produce an impactful result for our community. If the LGU will just do whatever they are doing, if the private sector will also do what they are doing, if the academe will just keep on doing as they are doing right now, there will be no impact that yung impact na talagang we want to achieve and see happen in our communities. That's why this afternoon is all about collaboration, and this afternoon is just a beginning. So my call and my advice to all the wiser people who are in this call, this is just a start. I am challenging RD and all the DICT team of Region 6 and IIDB. Let's do this in the next, 3 or 5 years, just like the Digital Cities program, which is up to 2025. So the beauty of having an IIDB is many of the things that we are doing here is actually part also of the advocacy of the IIDB or the ICT Industry Development Bureau under Director Emmy. So this is just a start. This is just a kick-off of the WISER program. And in the kick-off, as we start this program, we want you already to be involved. You know why? Because this is your program. We are trying to reinvent how government works now, with me and Jesrap coming from the private sector helping out the ICT. We will design the WISER program for you, for your respective local government units. After this activity, we will now go to the provinces. We will go to Antique, Aklan, Guimaras, Negros Occidental, Capiz, and Iloilo, and we will try to assist the stakeholders in creating their own WISER programs in their own respective provinces. And the goal is every LGU will become a hub for collaboration. Wherever you go in Western Visayas, we would like to see academic, government, and industry collaborating with one another. That's the goal of the WISER program. So let me check who are here today so that we are able to understand the rationale of this activity. No? So earlier, let me just share my slide. So WISER, as mentioned earlier by our speaker, stands for Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program. So the very important words here would be first, stakeholders. We need to cater to our stakeholders. So as part of my design thinking advocacy, I am always encouraging everyone to think about who their stakeholders are. So now, in your own respective locations, think of who your stakeholders are. Who are benefited by your actions? Who are affected by your decisions? Who do you need to consult as part of your process? Okay, so these are all your stakeholders. You have internal stakeholders, you also have external stakeholders. Okay, so stakeholders is very important. As far as DICT Region 6 is concerned, you are our stakeholders. But as far as you are concerned, your stakeholders are your constituents, right? So at this point, I know that because I've seen the registration sheet, there are several registrants there who are in fact mayors and vice mayors and councilors of their own respective local government units. No? So can we give a virtual applause to all the mayors who are here? We're sorry because we cannot actually call on everyone. We'll try our best later. But I know during the breakout session later, when you go to your respective provinces, mapulit ta karon sa aton mga probinsya sa breakout room in a few minutes. Please introduce yourself. I know we also have MITCS heads here, the unsung heroes of all the IT departments, of all the local government units, who are some of you maybe casual or hindi pa regular, no? So these are the people who are the backbone of the innovation movement in every community. I also see there are teachers, there are administrators, there are municipality development officers or MPDOs. I've seen the profile of the guest list, and to all of you, I'm so thankful. We were just expecting less than 100 people. We were actually not prepared to host right now 160. So thank you very much. We are off to a good start. I think ang mga taga Western Visayas, hindi gid kita ya magpaperde. No, bisan kagamay lang sa Visayas, Napatungan kita sang Mindanao kag Luzon. We are right in the middle of this Philippines, of this country, but we want to be an inspiration to all the other regions. So the other word that's also important here is empowerment. We need to be empowered to prepare for the future that right now in the advent of the pandemic is almost uncertain. In fact, uncertain. So we want to design that future today. Kaya hindi ta pwede ka pungko lang, hindi ta pwede ka hulat lang. We need to create the future that we want for the next generation and even for ourselves. And finally, the next aspect of this program is resiliency. We have already been battered so much by a lot of disruptive developments. We all thought that digital is already a disruptive development. But right now, the most disruptive is the pandemic. All of a sudden, we're doing this regional activity online. All of a sudden, more than a half of all our workforce are now working from home, and a very significant percentage actually lost their jobs in the last several months. All of a sudden, imagine, did you ever imagine before nga mauntat ang klase ta for more than a year na face-to-face or traditional? Or in fact, I don't even consider the online classes now as really something which can substitute the traditional, the face-to-face classes. That's why we need to step up as well. Our goal as ICT advocates now is to make digital result to the same impact or even more results than the previous manual activities we had. So that's why my dream, in fact, is to see an online education that is much better than the traditional education which we had previously. So resiliency is very important. We need to stand again. And I like the inputs of Regional Director Omar, because the one thing that really caught my attention is the deliberate target to activate interactive websites for all of the local government units in Western Visayas. If we can do that, if we can have like 99.9% of our local government units possess interactive websites. When I say interactive, lang when you log in, may gasabat sa imo and you can actually ask questions. Hindi ya kay picture lang tulukon mo lang or static. So if even that as a measure to really make Visayas part of the world, as mentioned earlier, to make Visayas part of the World Wide Web is already a big step towards resiliency and towards empowering our region. So welcome to our kickoff of this activity. I am very privileged and honored to initially design this, but I will be giving this to the DICT Western Visayas team. No? Sila ni ang mag-nurture sini. No? How this grows will not necessarily be dependent on me, but on the DICT Western Visayas team and of course all the stakeholders who are present today. Okay? So as mentioned earlier by Diana, what we are going to do with WISER is to ask the questions that we need to ask. Okay? If you can see, our objectives is not worded in a way nga usual. What are the objectives? What are the goals? What I used in this design of our objectives is design thinking. The asking of the question, where are we now? Amo nang pamangkot sa aton subong tanan. Where are we now? ICT councils, LGUs, everyone listening to me right now in this call, where are you now? I'm sure you will say you are in your respective locations, in your municipalities. But the question is, in terms of collaboration, in terms of level of engagement and responsiveness of your ICT councils and also of your associations in Western Visayas, sa diin kamo subong. No? Right now, what we're actually saying here is we're not really requiring you to create an ICT council. We're asking you to take a look at the benefit of creating a platform for collaboration. You can actually call it an ICT association, an ICT group, an innovation council, because there's also a Philippine Innovation Act. But then again, how is collaboration in your respective local government units currently? Are there sectors that are not part of the discussion? Are there sectors that are constantly, arguing about collaborating and not really, cooperating with all your activities? Maybe you try to take a look at the reasons for this. No? So that is the question that we need to ask. Where are we now? The second question is, what do we have currently? And I think our two speakers, Director Emmy and RD Omar, already substantially gave us a glimpse of what do we have. So right now, we heard about the programs of the Department of ICT and the relevant ways where they can support our ICT councils. No? Our ICT councils are not their direct beneficiary. The direct beneficiary of the ICT are your constituents. But in order to reach your constituents, the Department of Information and Communications Technology needs your support and your cooperation. Because of course, this team, this DICT team, kung nantawan mo ang kada provincial offices, they're not even fully manned nga kadamo sa ila tawo. But by reaching out to all the stakeholders, by tapping on to the wealth of support of their constituency in their respective provinces, they are able to effectively impact and implement their projects. Okay, and then the other question on the other point under what do we have is of course industry updates. So kami, we're going to reserve that for the next WISER activity. When we go to the provinces, we will now identify industry speakers, because if we have industry speakers in this call this afternoon, our time will be consumed, because as mentioned earlier by Director Emmy, there's a whole range of industry subsectors under IT. We're not talking here only of call centers or business process management companies. We're talking here of freelancers, of startups, of gaming, of healthcare information industries, of creatives, of animation, of everything in the equilibrium of ICT-enabled industries and sectors. So we have to drill down to what do you think your respective provinces and local government units would be able to digest in the next maybe 2 or 3 years. Hindi na sila tanan pag i-aspire kay basi ma-frustrate kita. Because when we aspire for something, it also means that we will work hard for it. So what we will do in the next WISER program as we go to the provinces is to take a look at what respective niches would you like. So for example, just to give you an idea, for Bacolod, for benefit, 6 years ago, we already said we're gonna concentrate on 3 sectors: health industry, healthcare information management, creative, and software. So ano pa na namon subong work in progress pa na namon sa Bacolod kay of course nag-abot man si COVID. So we will have to pick up the pieces and again take a look at all these 3 industries that we want to pursue. So that will also be probably what that will also be what you will do in your respective provinces. No? In fact, there will even be some pivots even in the big cities like Iloilo and Bacolod. Like for me, kung in man big companies, maybe we can support startups, maybe we can support freelancers. So this second part of the question, which is to provide latest industry updates, we will do this in the second level of WISER. Okay. Then the third objective of WISER is asking the question, where do we want to go? So in this where do we want to go, what I actually suggested to the ICT Region 6 is we integrate design thinking process in the whole process of taking a look at where the ICT councils are now and how we can create more ICT councils in Region 6. And it's actually not very complicated. As I mentioned earlier, design thinking is simply a process where you design solutions from the insights of your own stakeholders. So instead of government, instead of us telling you, you do this, you do that, you do this, we're asking you, what are your ideas? How can we merge these ideas? Paano ito ni ma-combine ang tanan niya ideas in order to create a solution? Okay? So the goal now is to gather as much ideas from you as we can. So please, I appeal to everyone, don't leave until 5 o'clock because we need your ideas in the breakout room. Okay? So we're gonna do it by province, per province. So it's gonna be like a provincial team spirit. We'll take a look at which province will have some of the eureka ideas that they can share later on in the plenary when we go back after the breakout room. No? So in the where do we want to go, we'll have an initial very light brainstorming in the breakout room later. We'll have a template, we'll have a DICT representative to facilitate the discussion. Everybody can speak, of course, not speak all at the same time, but one after the other. So, and then after that, we'll share these initial ideas. And these initial ideas, to explain to everyone, will be used by the DICT regional team and myself, and of course, we'll also ask the help of IFIT and Benefit. We will take a look at all these ideas as we design the provincial level WISER. So all your ideas now will form part of how we design the next level of interventions that we are going to do. We are going to do WISER up to the lowest level, up to your municipality level. So ang tanan ang municipality nga naga-intra di subong, congratulations. Kay malabutan gid kamo sang WISER. Maybe it will take a few months kay ma-provincial level ta, and then ma-municipal level ta, and then that's it. We're gonna help out each of the LGUs who are here. Okay? So, and then finally, the question is, how do we get there? So for how do we get there, we're saying, kamo ang naka-intindi. We're saying, how do we get there? You know better than us. But we would like to suggest one major solution. Okay? One major solution. And one major solution that we suggest in the WISER team is for you to consider creating an ICT council. And here, in this how do we get there process, we are going to share with you what is the role of the ICT council, how to create your ICT council, how do you get funds for your ICT council, how to sustain your ICT council. So for those who attended this activity, you already have a bonus. Because at the end of this program, you will have at least 3 templates for you to take home. So there's a template, which is a SEC article. If you want to go and apply with SEC for an ICT council that is private. I also will share a template for an ordinance. I actually am borrowing the Tugigaraw ICT Council Ordinance. You can also pattern your ICT Council there. And I also will share later on an executive order of the Governor of Oriental Mindoro for creating the ICT Council. So there are practically 3 ways to institutionalize your ICT Council. No? So it's like selling a product to you na may ara na nga daan package and templates, no? So, but then again, this how do we get there process and ICT Council 101 will go more into detail when we now go to the provincial level of WISER. Okay, so that's it. That's a 1-pager or 1 slide deck of what WISER is all about. I hope I got you all excited. Okay, I hope you are excited because I am excited. I'm always excited to do this. You know why? Because 14 years ago, when I invited a government official from the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, he told me, you know, Attorney Giselle, everything you're doing is not for you. It's for that person out there, outside of this building, who needs to have a job or an opportunity. So I'm always excited every day because I'm doing it for that person. And I'm very sure there are so many persons who need jobs and who need opportunities. So let's be excited for them. Let's continue to do our work for them. So that this is the process. We'll have the provincial strategic planning, which is part 2 in September. So here, probably we'll just invite 5 people in every province. So later on, when you go to your breakout session as a province, you identify your 5 heroes. Na kada province, no? Kada province may 5 representatives to go to the design process for the provincial level. And then of course, hopefully, by October to December, I hope you will not feel na ginasabad na mo ng inyong holidays, no? But you know, it's the best gift you can give to your LGU. Collaboration, right? So this is the process that we're going to do. Okay, so I just want to share with you that this is the registration demographics that we had as of last night. Currently, we have, I think, almost 70% in the public sector. Okay, so ako lang, I applaud everyone here working in government. Okay, let's drive out the noise about all these things na though hindi maayo ang review about government, because I would like to still think that 90% of the people in government are all dedicated. Now, so ari kita diri subong, we're here, but I also would like to thank those who are particularly in the local government sector, and there's 20% of us here in talent. Probably mga school supervisors who have been invited to come here. Probably mga training centers who have been invited to come here. Okay? And then, let's not also forget that we have private sector here. Okay? May violet man no, nga nagagwa. Although gamay lang ang violet as of now, which is the private sector. Okay? Now, this is our mix. As you can see, no? So, doon nagdubli ang antike sa aton nga questionnaire. So, amo na nga kadamos ang antike. But we have a very good mix. Looking at this graph, I feel that the whole region is represented this afternoon. Okay? Then, we asked whether your ICT councils are already established. So, right now, we have 62.5% of all the attendees here saying they still do not have an institutionalized ICT council. So I just said no papers yet. So we're gonna work on this 62%. So we have 28% where there is already an executive order from the governor. So later on in the breakout session, I hope those who answered that they already have an EO would also share a little insight of how they were able to attain that. No? So this is my cue to the DICT facilitators. Try to identify who among your participants answered that they already have an EO and get them to share briefly. Okay, there's also someone or some respondents who said there's already an ordinance which created the ICT Council, and there's also there's also an answer which is SEC created or created under the Securities and Exchange Commission. So again, I'm happy to say that we really have a very diverse ecosystem. Some of us or many of us don't have an ICT Council yet, but also we have at least 38% of the attendees here already having ICT councils, but created in different ways. Okay, so that's our demographics. All right, so I'd like to now administer a poll just to get a feeling of who we are here before I turn over to our resource speaker who will provide a best practice input of how their ICT council have benefited their goals as a city or as a province. Okay, so I'll stop share and I'll start a poll, and I'd like everyone to kindly participate. These are 5 questions just to give us a feel kung sino ta diri subong and where we're coming from and what lenses we wear as we participate in this activity. I just would like to tell everyone that WISER is not an event. It's not an activity. It's actually an advocacy for collaboration. Okay? So let's launch. There you go. All right, so Diana, just to check, are you seeing my polls? Miss Diana? Oh, sorry, I have to unmute everyone. Hold on.
Yes, yes po, ma'am.
Okay, sige. All right, so please answer. To those who will answer, you will win. Of course, wala pa tasubong prizes. So as we end today's activity, later on, we'll share with you a Google library which will contain all the presentations which we shared this afternoon. No? And then probably I would also like to ask Director Emmy to have her team compile all the documents pertaining to Startup Challenge, to Digital Governance Awards, to what was the other one? Online freelancing activities. So we'll have her team gather all those materials, and we will also upload it in our Google library. No? So wala na kita subong sang rason hindi pa ta mag-active, because the regional DICT office, I will request them to put all these materials in one Google Drive, so that you will all have access to how you can build your respective ICT councils and how you can build your cities and local government units to become an ideal ecosystem. Okay, so 2 minutes more. 2 minutes more for everyone to answer. And then my good buddy here, whom I have known for more than probably 14 years as well, my counterpart in Iloilo, Csr will share about IFIT. No? So, all right, so 1 minute more. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we will formally close the polling questions. I'll count up to 10. 1. Sino pang wala answer? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Si Director Emmy pala na ano siya, na-inspire siya because your answers in the earlier poll showed that you basically want to prioritize creating your ICT councils first. Yeah, I'm saying first because I know if you have a strong ICT council, you'll participate in the Startup Challenge, you'll go to e-governance awards, you'll go to freelancing, you'll go to digital training, and she's also inspired that many of us in Western Visayas wants to learn about emerging technologies. So ayan, may pogi points na kayo sa IIDB National. Yung Western Visayas pala, gusto natin ng emerging technologies. All right, so let me end this poll and share the results. Okay, so Diana, can you share can you see the results? Nakikita
Yes
ba?
po, ma'am.
Okay, so question number 1 to the question, which province do you belong currently? 40% from Antique. Let's clap for Antique. Grabe, ang Antique, kadamo sa ila, subog. But we have representatives from Aklan, from Capiz, from Iloilo, from Guimaras, and from Negros Occidental, no? So my home province. So arigid diri tanan, no? Arigid kita nga anom. Wala sang absent, no? Wala sang absent. You don't have to worry if I speak in Ilonggo because I'm sure si Director Emmy can understand because she is from Eastern Visayas. Director Omar, you can understand Ilonggo also? Yeah, okay.
From Jensan. I
I'm
grew
from
up,
Jensan.
I grew up playing with Ilonggos.
Correct, correct. So, number
90%.
2, right. So, number 2, which sector do you belong? Wow, 95% public sector. Grabe. Thank you very much for taking the cudgel of leading this. Ang ako nga challenge to all the 95% public sector who are here after this call, the major challenge is how to engage with the private sector such that when we go and bring WISER to your provinces, the numbers will now be different. It will now be 40% private, 40% public, and at least 20%, or 20% academe, and then, a mix of academe, government, and industry. Next question. Which metric do you belong? Okay, so again, 83% comes from government support. So there's no question now. No, the beauty here is the WISER program is being pushed by government, and then we also have partially people from talent development and also from business environment. Okay, to the next question. How long have you been active in the ICT advocacy? Because we just want to get a feel of who are here in terms of the lenses that they wear as ICT advocates. So the answer is we have 46% who's actually new to the ICT industry. So thank you very much because we can make use of your energy and enthusiasm. No? So because you're less than 2 years in the ICT advocacy, your willingness to learn, your willingness to engage and collaborate, I'm sure will always be there. But the bright side of things is we also have here people who have been here more than 2 years, people who have been here more than 5 years, and people who have been here more than 10 years. No? So ako nadala ko sa 10 years. Jesrap, Joven, nadala mo ka mo sa more than 10 years. No? And I'm sure a lot of us, my colleagues, nadala man sa more than 10 years. Kahit si Director Emmy, she looks very young, but kasama siya dyan sa more than 10 years in the ICT advocacy. All right. Finally, number 5, what describes you best? Okay, we just want to make, we just want to determine who are the people who are here. Are they ideators? Do they make ideas? Do they make concepts? Do they implement and execute ideas? Do they create ideas? Okay, so the answer is number 1. The highest is I implement and execute ideas. Right. So 37 of us, or 39% of us here in this room implement and execute ideas. And then 29% guide and evaluate those ideas. And then 17% create ideas. But for this afternoon, I am all inviting everyone to be part of the create ideas segment. Because this afternoon, in small ways or big ways, we will be creating ideas to make the WISER program more effective. Okay, so that's it. That's our rationale. You'll hear from me more later as we go into the breakout session with all the provinces going to their own respective breakout rooms. Okay, so at this point, just to give context to the next speaker, as part of our design process, we need to hear from those who've already experienced how it is to have an ICT council. And the best person or ICT council would be those who are already existing for quite some time. And as Emmy earlier mentioned, that's benefit and for Bacolod and IFIT for Iloilo. No? In as much that I represent benefit, I suggested and I recommended, and of course also as suggested by Director Omar, that we listen to another senior ICT council, which is the Iloilo Federation for IT. Now, so I'll give back the proceedings to Diana to introduce our next speaker. Thank you and good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much for that very informative presentation of the rationale of the WISER Advocacy, Attorney Giselle Batapa-Sige. Thank you very much, ma'am. Another virtual applause for Attorney Giselle. Okay, to introduce to you our next speaker for this afternoon, to share to us the best practice story of the Iloilo Federation for Information Technology. He is a president and CEO of the IloBiz Solutions Incorporated, the managing director of the Panay Telephone Company 2, chairman of the IFIT since 2008, member of the board of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, also a member as private sector representative to Board of Regent of the ISAT University, Dole Tripartite Council, Provincial Development Council of Iloilo, Provincial Investment and Promotions Board of Iloilo, and the Regional Development Council. Previously, sales head for Visayas ABS-CBN Digital Terrestrial Television, zone manager for Luzon and NCR Japan Tobacco Incorporated, and also the head of the Regional Corporate Market, Bayan Telecommunications Incorporated. At present, he is the president of the Iloilo Federation for Information Technology, or the IFIT, and the director of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or the NICP. Please welcome Mr. Csr Palmares. Sir, good afternoon.
Oops. Wait. Wait. Ayan.
Yeah, can you see my screen? Hindi pa. I'd like to share my screen. Share. There. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to my friend, my partner, Attorney Giselle Badapa, to Ma'am Emmy, who was very supportive of the ICT. We started ever since. No, she is the person behind everything in the countryside. No, with Sermon, we can't forget Sermon, the father of NICP and of the ICT councils in the Philippines. So good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to the LGUs out there listening today. And I'm happy I'm seeing my friend, Father Johnny in Antique, who has joined us. Okay, so my topic today really goes to the fourth objective of Giselle. No, it's really what did we do? No, how did we get there? So I'll be focusing on that, and I'll make it fast. No, I know it's getting late. So okay, so how did we get there? No. We started in 2006. No, we were formed to the initiative of DTI. Secretary Marrojas at that time was very adamant in terms of pressuring the regional DTI to really come up with creating ICT council. So in a series of meetings and with the academy, the stakeholders, the Iloilo Federation for Information Technology was formed in 2006. And we are a tripartite organization. As I have said, we're very strong in terms of the academy because Iloilo is a bastion of education outside of Metro Manila. And we're recognized by the LGUs, no, and the local executives, no, and the NGAs in the region. As any organization, we need to operate. We should operate with a fund, no. Pag walang fund, no, any organization will fail. So we made the representation in 2006 for both the city of Iloilo and the province of Iloilo. Then Governor Neil Tupas and the current mayor, our current mayor now in Iloilo City is the mayor at then in 2006, Mayor Jerry Trenya. So we made representation and we asked them if they really want to go into this direction. And everyone was, yeah, how can we improve and how could we make Iloilo as an ICT hub in the Philippines? So blankly, I told them, well, you should put your money where your mouth is. And Mayor Jerry asked me, how much do you need? And I told him, how much can you afford? And this is a challenge to all the LGU. We have to put our money where our mouth is. It's not only plans. You have to put money for us to gain something. Just like the saying, don't expect interest if you don't deposit. Okay? So the city of Iloilo uh, gave, at that time, pwede pa, no, gave IFIT a seed money of 500,000. So right after that, I went to the province, talked to Governor Neil and asked him, Governor Neil, are you willing also to help? Do you see Iloilo in the future as an ICT hub in the future? Yes. And he said yes. And he said, now, can you help us attain this objective? And we need money for that. And the good governor said, how much does Iloilo gave you? Because I know that the locators will go to Iloilo, but I told him that I will prove to you that it's not only the city will benefit, but also the province, because we know that here in the city, most of the employees are also coming from the province. And later on, we did a study. It was financed by the province, and exactly 50% of those employed in the city in the IT industry came from the province. So the governor, when he heard that Mayor Jerry gave us 500, he has no choice because he has to give a counterpart. So we are a very lucky council. We start with a 1 million seed money, and that's really enough. And I think that's Attorney Giselle will conform to this, that we were the richest council at that time, and I don't know until now. Okay. And at that time, when we started IFIT, we envisioned ourselves to provide a globally competitive manpower to the industry. As again, the strength, when we did our SWOT analysis, we know that the strength of Iloilo is really on the manpower. So we said we cannot compete with Cebu. Why? Because we don't have the infrastructure, no? The power at the time, 2000, was unstable. We don't have an IT park, no? All the buildings, we don't have a buildings for locator. And we know that our strength is manpower. So we really work hard, no, with the academy, and the academy was really the one helping us in the first years of IFIT. And we did training, no. We have members, that is IBM and Microsoft, who help us in terms of the training of the students and the graduates. So we started there for IFIT, no? And we became the go-to channel of locators and prospective clients or locators, and those that have landed already in Iloilo. That was really a role, no? Parang we are the sales and marketing and product development department of Iloilo. No, every time there's a new locator, it's us who is facing them, bringing them across, no, introducing them to the different national agencies and LGUs. So we were the, what you call the, we are the tourist guides, no, we are the sellers, no. We go to trade fairs, no, we sell Iloilo, and we negotiate also with other stakeholders, no. As an example of how and why our vision really mattered and has impact. I have a story about one of the locators here from Manila. It's Savan Technologies, no? Savan Technologies. They are now big in Antique. I know a lot of Antique Kenyos are here, so they're big. And they started here in Iloilo, and it just started that the owner saw one of the employees that is a very good employee, and he asked him, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Iloilo. And he said, are there a lot more like you there? Na, yes. And the next day, he brought his management committee, went to the land trip, first time to be here in Iloilo. And he was amazed. You know, a lot of Manileños think that here in the province, we are still a nipahat, riding a carabao and the rest. No, so when he arrived in Iloilo, within 4 hours, he decided to open shop in Iloilo. And he was not wrong. Right now, they're as strong as 1,400 heads. No? And this is a local Filipino company, not the big players. Okay. So again, the role really, we started, and until now, we are really the walkthrough or go-through channel for all the locators in Iloilo. So there are 4 things that made us successful. One is we should know that we can't do that alone. No, an IT council will really not survive. So one, we have to really collaborate with the local government unit. No, the province of Iloilo and the city of Iloilo has been very helpful to the council. No, anytime when we call them, they are there. No, their support. No, so we ask the mayor and the governor to give us a point person to a point person where we can get what we want from the province and the city. So in the city right now, they appointed the cousin of Mayor Francis and the Bibing Lau of the Provincial Investment Office for the province of Iloilo. And you need that. You really need a point person in the LGU to take care of the council and the industry. And also, we are very good with the national government agency. Director Mario is there. He's been very helpful. TESDA, we've been getting vouchers before. And we're very active also with NEDA and DOST and DOLE. So you can't do it alone. You need these agencies, LGUs and NGA, to make your effort successful. Okay. Second, the academies and NGOs, the schools, practically the private schools and the state colleges and universities, where you get talents for your locators. So every time a locator is here, we need to introduce them to the schools and then come up with a job fair and come up with an OJT program. So that helps the locators because we need to take care of our locators to ensure that they are not wrong in coming into Iloilo. That's very important. It's not just getting them in and then forget about them. It's about taking care of them. Okay? And then we are always active with the Iloilo Business Club and the Iloilo Local Economic Development Council. As I mentioned, in private institutions, Microsoft and IBM has been very helpful in our starting years. Union Bank for their hackathon every year, and also those locators or BPOs. And those things will not happen if you don't hire a good executive director. In the picture, you'll see our executive director, Joven Tansi, Attorney Jusel. You look at Joven, he's still very slim, no? Until now, he's still slim, right? So a good executive director will really make sure that all your plans and strategy is in place. Damo na gambal, suplado ko ni si Joben. Natural, dapat suplado ka agad. No? Okay? If you're not pushy like him, nothing will happen. Okay? And what is wings? We cannot survive alone. So been working with the ICT and DTI and forming other council. We help create the Capiz IT Council. I talked personally with Bob and explained to him what should be done. And the rest is history. Just like Aklan, Guimaras, and Antique. And I know Antique is reshuffling their council. But having other councils across will help also integrate the requirements of each of us. Like Iloilo, we have to accept that the infrastructures are here, the schools are here. But we need cooperation from the other LGUs outside the Iloilo to ensure that our locators are happy by providing intervention in giving us a very competitive manpower for the industry. And then number two is, I said peddling makes sense. No, we should be very noisy. No, so we were members or private sector representatives to the Regional Development Council, no, to the Provincial Development Council, to the City Development Council, IGEA, the Investment and Promotions Board, TESDA, Development Council, and the Dole Tripartite Council. And you need really to tell them what is the IT industry. You know, it's very alarming, or you'll be surprised that a lot of them doesn't understand really what is the IT industry. And that's your effort as an ID council, is to educate them about our needs, about our requirements, and you get their cooperation. And number three, well, we play together, no? We really do leaders quarter meet, no? Also every quarter. Yesterday we had our third quarter meeting with all the stakeholders and the members of IFIT, no? Particularly discussing about vaccinations and manpower and new players in the industry. And then job fairs, very active with Dole. No? And we have CSR initiatives. So most of our members goes through IFIT, no, for their CSR initiative. And we help them, no? We help them partner with LGUs and other schools outside of the city. We did e-games, no? We did e-games in SM, and the result of the meeting yesterday is that we should be doing e-games virtual again. And we did a Viva Music Festival. We started it in 2018. About for the last 2 years, it is a very big event during Dinagyang. And we protect each other. No, it's only here in Iloilo that we have a voluntary code of conduct. In simple words, is that everybody, all players agreed that we will not poach talents from others. No, so before you get a new talent and you know that it came from another BPO, you have to ask for a clearance, no? Or so that and give them 30 days notice before transferring to another BPO, because we can stop everybody. No, it's the right of the agents to go to another BPO, but we have to honor also the BPO where they coming from. And that is the written voluntary code of conduct which Dole help us. And you will see that here in Iloilo, there's no quarrel amongst BPOs, no? Because one, we have very open communication because of this voluntary code of conduct. The HRs are talking across. So if you're an agent who has a very bad reputation, you just cannot escape because the HRs are talking amongst themselves. So, however, this voluntary code of conduct sometimes needs really to be policed. No? And aside from that, I have not put it here, is that we don't allow non-resident BPOs to have a job fair here because we believe that we have to protect those that believe in us. Okay, so if you are not a member or did you not locate in Iloilo, you better look in other place for your talents, because one, why look in Iloilo City where in fact you don't believe in our talents? So again, open communication and also protecting ourselves is a key in terms of making sure that the industry survives. And our growth, if you have seen the growth, no, employment now is high, no, in the lower bar graph on the left, no, we are about 33,000 already in 2020, and we're moving about 35,000. We'll be adding 2,000 more this year with two more players coming in. We have about 93 small and big companies. About 12 of them are the big companies. The latest that we have is 2020. We have Asorion and Telus in 2021. In spite of, sabi ni Ma'am Emmy, in spite of the pandemic, we still have big locators, not only small locators, but big locators here in Iloilo. Moving forward, again, as I mentioned, there will be two upcoming big players this year. and their double-digit growth of existing players, no? Nag-agawa na ng location, no? So hindi pa natapos yung Pabia na IT Park. Those seats, those places has already contract with existing players in Iloilo, and GT Mall owned by the Tan family just across Robinson's Pabia will be building also 2 new IT buildings, no? And as mentioned by Director Mario, we have 3 new telcos in Iloilo that strengthens already the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure. And our plan is really to grow and the startup ecosystem. We've been collaborating with DOST, DTI, and the ICT regarding the startup ecosystem. And to make it valuable to everybody, all residents of Iloilo, we are the forerunner also of Innovate Iloilo, where we want to put also our money where our mouth is. So all these things should benefit the Ilonggos. So with that, thank you very much, Ma'am Joselle, for the time, and Director Mario for this afternoon. Thank you and good afternoon.
All right. Thank you very much. Once again, another virtual applause for Mr. Jesraf Palmares. Thank you very much, sir. At this juncture, let us now proceed to the next part of our program, which is the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our guest speakers. Okay. Okay. For the presentation of the certificate, the citation reads: this certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Ms. Emelu V. Delphine, Director, ICT Industry Development Bureau of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, for sharing her expertise as a resource person for the Digital Cities Program and other IIDB DICT projects for Visayas during the Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program kick-off activity conducted on August 20, 2021. Given this 20th day of August 2021, signed Director Mario P. Conyado, OIC, Office of the Regional Director, DICT Visayas Cluster 1. Thank you very much, ma'am, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, same certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Jesraf S. Palmares, the President of the Iloilo Federation for Information and Communications Technology, for sharing his expertise as a resource person for the best practice story of the Iloilo Federation for Information and Communications Technology, or the IFIT, during the Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program kick-off activity conducted on August 20, 2021. Given this 20th day of August 2021, signed Director Mario P. Conyado, Director 3, OIC, Office of the Regional Director, DICT Visayas Cluster 1. Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Yan. Thank you, Sir Mario.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, same certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Attorney Joselle Batapa Sige, consultant of the Digital Cities Program of the DICT, for sharing her expertise as a resource person and facilitator for the Western Visayas ICT Stakeholders Empowerment and Resiliency Program kick-off activity conducted on August 20, 2021, given this 20th day of August 2021. Signed, Director Mario P. Conyado, Director 3, OIC, Office of the Regional Director, DICT Visayas Cluster 1. Thank you very much, Attorney Giselle, and congratulations po. Okay. Moving forward to the next part of our program, May we have a photo opportunity with our speakers? So may we request our speakers to please turn on your cameras. Our technical team, are we ready to take a photo? Right. Okay, counting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone ready? Smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Smile. And last, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much once again, everyone. Let us now proceed to the ICT Council 101. And so I have to give back the microphone to Attorney Josel Batapa Sige.
Okay, thank you, Diane, and of course,
Thank you,
thank
ma'am.
you to all our speakers. So we'll skip some of the icebreakers to go into the final part of our program, which is to engage with our stakeholders who are here. So I think much has already been said by Director Emmy, of course, about how valuable an ICT Council association or organization is in every local government unit. And of course, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and that was how Jesra and of course with the help of Joven presented the story of IPIT, or the Iloilo Federation for IT. No, so we're very inspired by the story of IPIT and of course the other ICT councils in the different regions around the country. These are our forerunners. But for us who are still going to create our own ICT councils, it's not yet too late, because the drive for innovation and digital disruption is now higher and stronger more than ever because of the pandemic. So the question is, how do we build a strong ecosystem to create jobs in the countryside? Because our goal right now is not only to funnel ayuda or to follow health protocols, but to really spring back to our own two feet as productive members of our communities. And so jobs and opportunities are important. And as you may know, and it will also be validated by a lot of industry experts, more than 90% of our jobs, available jobs today, have something to do with digital, or that requires digital skills, from basic to probably intermediate, and the highest paid would be complex or advanced digital skills. So how do we build this environment? Okay, so the goal of WISER currently, as we speak, is to revisit the outcomes and achieve the result of the creation of the ICT Council. And we have already achieved that with all the speakers already providing inputs earlier. I just would like to stress the point na all those programs mentioned by Director Emmy earlier were actually coordinated not only with the local government units who are target partners, but essentially and directly with the ICT councils existing in each of the cities, which are actually targeted or recognized as emerging cities, digital cities, or next wave cities, or centers of excellence. No? So this afternoon, our goal is not really to compete with these cities. Our goal is to compete with our current self so that we bring it to our next version tomorrow. Okay, so that we bring our cities to a higher level, we bring our local government units to a higher level in the next several months, so that when we look back, we are much better during that period of time. Okay, so another role or another objective of this afternoon's exercise is to understand and affirm the roles ascribed by the stakeholders to the ICT councils. And I think your presence here only manifests the fact that you believe that collaboration will work wonders for your local government units and communities. If everyone is hearing one another, if everyone is helping one another and creating solutions in a more united manner. No? And then finally, to identify and pinpoint the challenges that needs to be seriously addressed. Many times in our life, when we are confronted with a lot of challenges, there will always be the tendency to say, I will drop what I'm planning to do. I'm not gonna pursue this anymore, without you knowing it that somebody out there really has the solution to your problem. So that is what we're going to do this afternoon, to try to take a look at what other cities are doing and probably apply these things to our own cities and our own local government units. Okay? So, as mentioned earlier by Director Emmy and Jess Rapp, the inspiration really started in 2008, and that was a long time ago. That was when we started to band together. We feel that ICT councils in every city were already stronger, but we also needed to connect with other ICT councils around the Philippines. No? And I think it was really an opportune time to gather in 2008 because at that time there were already 10 ICT councils established around the country. You have Iloilo and Bacolod as part of the 10 ICT councils. The rest are actually all over the country. But of course, we acknowledge the presence of CEDPIT, or the Cebu Educational Foundation for IT, which I'd like to tell you was created 10 years ahead of all of us in 2008. So that was really how advanced they are. They actually created it, I think 1998, or in between that period, 1998 to 2000. So that's how advanced the Cebu ICT innovators and ICT ecosystem is. No? So the goal of this organization, which is called the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, where I am president formerly, is to really be the voice for countrywide digital development. No? So it's really very important to also trace our roots to this initial initiative several years ago. So when we created the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, our goal is really to promote the countryside for foreign and local investments. So we wish to be the umbrella organization where ICT councils from different parts of the country can anchor into and join and participate, so that we sell the whole Philippine countryside as a whole, as an organization. Then the goal is also to share best practices amongst us now as ICT councils. Today, innovation is being encouraged to become seamless. You cannot be really a fully fledged innovator if your vista is only within your city or within your LGU. Hindi ka makahambal nga damo ka nabalaan kung nabalaan mo lang ang ara lang sa sulod sa imo nga municipality. You have to connect with other innovators, change makers, and movers around the country or even in different parts of the world to really see if your lenses are global and resilient and empowering insofar as your community is concerned. That's why we want NICP to be a platform for sharing of best practices. That's why we're here today. Then we want to, of course, transform the Philippines into a competitive provider for global services. I think in this area, no one can already debunk this. Why na nisang guba sang sining goal? You know why? Because if you go around the world today, the Philippines is really known for global IT services. We might not be known for many other things. There might be a lot of bad reviews about the Philippines for many other things. But insofar as global IT services is concerned, we are one of the top countries in this area. So what is our goal now is to continue to be dominant in all these global IT services by spreading our eggs in different baskets. Because if we only put all our eggs in Manila, and not spread the jobs throughout the country, the whole country will not maintain and sustain its current status as a global ICT services provider. Now, the goal of a multi-stakeholder approach, which is the creation of the ICT Council, is all these things that you see on screen. So pili lang kamuda kung anong gusto nyo i-achieve. Every one of us here would like to see a good business ecosystem in our city, to increase our talent pool. We have a lot of training providers who are present here, and I thank their presence. Every one of us here would like to enhance the marketing and promotions of our respective local government units. Nobody will know if that you have a software, a pool of software developers in your municipality if you don't advertise. Nobody will know the talent of your creative animators and game developers if you have that in your municipality. If you do not tell the world, if you do not advertise. So we also are here to promote technopreneurship. We partner with, as mentioned earlier, I think by JESRAP, with different councils that are already established in our local government units, like the SMED Council, like the CDC, to also help bring innovation to our brick and mortar MSMEs. And then earlier, as promoted by Director Emmy, we are actually setting our eyes on becoming also a data analytics provider as a country. We also want to be in Internet of Things. We also want to be in robotics, in big data, and whatever emerging technologies that are now coming to the front lines. So we have to push the Visayas, we have to push Region 6 in all these platforms. No? So we want to also develop high-value services. And then finally, we cannot give what we don't have, which is we need organizational capability. Halimbawa, kung yung ICT Council mo hindi pa nabubuo hanggang ngayon, so it will be difficult for you to promote and undertake all these initiatives if you are not yet organized. No? So the mechanic is really simply to get these 3 squares that you see on screen in the same table: government, industry, and academia. By industry, we also mean here support services, transport services, telecommunications, even providers of developments like IT parks and IT buildings, and all the rest of the ancillary services, even food providers, no, that our ICT locators and investors would need when they come to your particular locations. Okay? So, in terms of how the Department of ICT and other industry players are taking a look at and assessing the potential of a particular location for ICT jobs and opportunities, and I would say either physical or actual or even virtual, the number one concern is really talent. At the end of the day, sige lang tayo istorya sa mga innovation, mga data analytics, even mga Wi-Fi, website, and all. But if we do not have people who have the knowledge for this, talent is important. No, if we invest in our people, that's why I'm always very vocal about balancing government investment. We should not invest everything in making roads. We should also invest a lot of funds in making sure that our people have the skills, because we need these people to increase their person byte to be able to address or respond to the job requirements of the future of work. Okay, we need a good business environment, so health protocols will be part of this discussion. We need infrastructure and cost of doing business to be ideal, and of course the most important criteria, which just came in 5-6 years ago, is digital innovation, thinking out of the box, how to use the technologies and tools to improve our lives, to improve our health protocols, to improve our education. No? At the end of the day, some people misinterpret us. They think, ang IT technology. We're not thinking of technology here. We're thinking of how to use technology to improve our economy, to improve our education, to improve our healthcare system, to improve our global presence, and all of these things. So it's not about the technology. It's about how we leverage technology to benefit our communities. Okay? So what is the role of the ICT Council? Very quickly, I will not discuss this. We'll just flash the screen. This is just a summary of the things that were already taken up earlier. At kanina, no, ang WISER program, where we are. We will be assessing our gains and our targets. This will be part of our design criteria when we go to the provinces. Where do we want to be? This is what we want to ask you as locations. Where do you want to be? Kay, kung magsabat ka mo nga, diri lang kami akong diin kami subong there's no need for any interventions at the end of the day, no? And then how do we get there? So we need to visualize. So we have one PowerPoint slide later in your breakout room, which you will use. Role of the ICT councils, quickly lang, no? The ICT council 5 role is 1, platform for collaboration, 2, venue for sharing best practices, 3, driver for innovation, 4, medium for collective expression. Kung ikaw lang sige reklamo, wala ka upod, syempre you will not be very much heard. But if you are an association and really giving your recommendations to your LGUs and your decision makers, you will become a stronger voice. And finally, it is also a tool to empower stakeholders. So these are the 5 major roles of an ICT council. So look at this slide and ask yourself, do we need an ICT council in our LGU? Because I've sometimes asked by a lot of LGUs, yung mga medyo pessimistic, na may mo kami ICT council, how? Siling ko ti, kamo na lang ba eh? No? So the point is you have to realize your need. Because honestly, if you don't need something, then there's no point doing it. No? So to get a closer look of this role, when you say platform for collaboration, these are the people you need to collaborate with. Look at the slide. I will not read all the things in the slide, but let me know. Do you think these things are important? Do you think you need to connect with the ICT? Do you think you need to also connect with your publicity and media community to also get your message out there? You think you also need to connect with your business partners? So because if you don't see the value of connecting with the stakeholders, you will not probably think that an ICT platform, ICT council platform would be important, okay? It's a venue for sharing of best practices. So far, what are the best practices that you are looking for? Would you want to listen to a city's talent development strategy? How about another city's incubation program? How about their facilities? How they create IT parks? How about resource mobilization? How did they get their LGU to finance or fund scholarship trainings? How about benchmarking activities? How about conferences and learnings? Don't you want to be part of all these best practices? So if you do, then an ICT council could also be a jumping board for your community to be part of all these best practices. I'm sure the list is not limited to just these items. Driver for innovation. What are you trying to, achieve today? What do you hear from other people? Do you think it will be nice to hear that business permits in your city can be obtained within 3 or 4 months when the rule says it has to be out in 3 days? So we're talking of e-governance here. We're talking of new technologies here. We're talking of homegrown BPOs here. If you cannot attract the BPO to your cities, then you can create your own BPO, homegrown, and encourage a startup. But how do you do it? You need to have somebody to drive these things. Okay? Collective voice. If there are taxes, like for example, congratulations to us all, because under the new Create law, any IT company that goes into the countryside and brings a higher and more complex service requirement would enjoy higher tax incentives. So that means that even our national government is driving IT locators to the countryside. Because if they do that in Manila or in the urban areas, there's practically no incentives anymore. There's no tax incentives. And how did we achieve that? Because we had a lot of voices in Congress for the last several years. And that's why we need to really band together to achieve all these things that we want to lobby, because we are organized, no, as ICT councils. We are stronger in terms of lobbying a lot of resources and a lot of programs for our cities and our municipalities. It's a tool for stakeholders We will use our ICT Council to funnel programs from the DICT. We will have trainings, we will equip our sectors, and the ICT Council can also advise, as mentioned earlier by Jesra, the IFIT advises Regional Development Council and other LGU institutionalized councils in their directions and in their development goals. Okay? Then, so this is just a picture of how we started as well in 2007 at the Bacolod Negros Occidental Federation for IT. I have so many pictures of my experience as an ICT Council advocate, but this is the most important picture for me, because just like how Jesrap earlier said, how IFIT started, this picture started it all for Bacolod Negros Occidental Federation for IT. Okay, so this is my organization. No, I just thought maybe I'll flash our logos. We also moved from an old logo to a new logo today. And essentially, ito ang pinaka-importante sa slide. The adoption of this model in order to create innovation and collaboration in our own respective local government units. Okay, so just to give you a template, but this template you can add more. Okay, you can add more. In short, kami sa ICT Council, amunin ginobra namon this 6 squares, but you can add a lot more. I'm sure IFIT has done a lot more beyond the 6 squares. But when you have an ICT Council, you can now visualize what other things you can do using your ICT Council as a platform. Okay, so may I announce right now, before we go to the breakout, that all the files that we have shared today, including the ordinance, the executive order, and the SEC articles that we plan to share as your template, will all be in this link. So all you have to do is to go to the designthinkingfactory.com/WISER files to access all the files here. I have actually requested Marvin to share the link para ang Ari Diri Subong can access the files here, and also upload. We will also upload the shareable files presented by our previous speakers in this particular link. Okay, so that is ICT Council 101. I'll skip the other things that I'd like to share, and later on na lang after the breakout. But at this point, I'd like everyone to prepare to choose their respective provinces. No? So when we go to the breakout, immediately you will be asked to join your province. No? I just would like to share with you the template that we are going to use. No? The template that we are going to use for this particular activity. No? The template that we're going to use is a design thinking tool, which is called a design brief. Okay? So, una, dapat ang create natin design criteria. You use a design criteria when you have no idea at all on what to do. But this afternoon, we already have a main concept, which is creating an ICT council in our local government units, no? In our communities. So that's why we will move to the second step, which is to create the design brief, which will be part of, which will guide us towards creating solutions for the design problem that we have thought of. No? So I want everyone to be part of this discussion para man to break the ice and to also, you know, say hi to all the members of your province. Go into the breakout room and discuss the questions which are present here. So first is project description. No? So for example, I want you to think of the provincial level. Di lang taanay subong mag-municipality level. Think of the provincial level. So what is the problem or opportunity in your province? Okay? So, and then what is within the scope of the project and what is outside of the project. No? So the project essentially is how you can create, our design problem is how we can create collaboration within our province. Now, how we can create a collaboration within our province. So that is our design problem. But in your project description, pwede na kamo nga daan kabutang sa inyo yung nga title, kung ano gusto nyo nga title sang inyo nga project to design collaborative, to promote collaboration within your province. Okay? So you talk about intent or scope, what do you want to achieve by collaboration? Okay? Just talk about sa provincial level, anay, no? Don't talk, anay, some problems sa inyo city, sa inyo municipality, but sa provincial level, anay, because we will also conduct this design brief session when we go to your respective municipalities. Okay? Who are you designing for? So who are your stakeholders? Your exploration questions, put here the questions that you want to achieve moving forward. Yeah? You can identify all the questions that you want to achieve moving forward in your pursuit to create a collaborative platform. Then your research plan, meaning how will you explore your opportunity space? Who will you contact to create the collaborative space? Who will you reach out to? Tapos expected outcomes so that you have your own level of expectation from this provincial collaboration. And then how will you measure success? How will you say that you have achieved the collaboration level that you want for your province? And then of course, project planning, which is what are the resources that you need and how urgent is this? All these questions, all these points that you will answer for us, this will form part of our regional planning to design specific provincial WISER programs for your own respective provinces. And then from then on, mag-create naman ta sang aton nga intervention programs down to the level of your municipalities. No? I'm sorry, but we have basically more than just a half an hour before the 5 o'clock schedule that we said we're gonna disperse, but I hope you stay on because we really need your ideas in the breakout session. So at this point, I hope that our DICT officers have already been assigned. I will now open our breakout rooms. And you can choose your province, okay? Choose your province, please. And I'd like to advise all the DICT officers to please facilitate the discussion in your respective provinces. Thank you. Okay. So our discussion room is set to 30 minutes. Okay, so automatically everyone will be back in the plenary session after 30 minutes to share your output. We'll just give every province at least 3 minutes to just share. And then we will keep in our records, no? We will keep in our records our your answers. So we have Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Iloilo, Guimaras, Negros Occidental. So these are the 6 provinces. Kindly join, please. We really need, we really need your ideas. This particular workshop is not really for you, but it's for us, no? Kinanglan ginamo ng inyo ideas how to move forward with the WISER program. So kindly join the breakout room. We want to understand how we will approach your province. We want to understand how we will approach your province in terms of building your ICT councils. DICT, basi may nagtala nga. May ara sang mga participants that are assigned in different provinces. Make sure you kindly assign them to the right province. So to all participants, please select 5 persons in your breakout room to form part of the regional design program. Yes, Miss Weni, would you like to speak? Can you not speak? Let me unmute you. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
from Capiz, but I was assigned to Antique.
Ay, sus. Naaman. Pwede ka kapili, pro. Dahil lang ha.
Ginaklik ko ang break room sa Antique. You are assigned to Antique ang nakalagay.
Ay, dapat. Sandali ah. Marvin, sila lang papilias ang ila breakout room.
Okay naman may
Can you hear me?
naman ginpanan ni
Yes.
Marvin, ma'am. Thank you
Okay,
Marvin.
ma'am. Yes? Yes, Tin? Ayan. Okay, si LGU Pontevedra.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sa diin ka Tin nga na-assign.
Irene Otero, sir.
Si Irene, okay. Now, anyway, nakita ko maguro ang requirement dito. Ano ang aton nga development dira sa uton in terms of IT?
Okay. As of now, sir, as kay nasa present sa presentation ni Sir Mario Kunyan. As you can see there, our website nila, sir, is still down siya yapon kay there are previous na private nga na agent nga company yung kuha is now na disband sila. So technically wala na kami support sa ila, and sad to say that we haven't secured the database namon nga the backup lang for the uploading of the new site on So actually we are planning to purchase again with the private company man gyapon to adapt for the upcoming next year bala sir nga e-boss, which is the electronic business one-stop shop. That's why nga ma-purchase kami kay dala sa ila package is the website man. So the main good subong sang uton is technically the website and the internet connections. But as of now, the ICT has already provided the free Wi-Fi for the some of the slots kanina ayo ko man na siya for magamit ang maladili namin sa uton kay sa Banwa kay as of now wala kami available diri nga slots for PLDT mag-purchase pala. So the biggest struggle din naman sa first internet connection and the website. Actually sir, na-discuss na ko ni Sir Mario ang EBPLS Actually, may ara naman kami, sir, proposals from my private company na naman na ga-offer sila DPLS. Yes. Muna madali, sir, nga ako ni pamangkot kung may existing na kami. May lock-in pa ba lang kami, sir, for another year? Is it possible ba lang maka-avail man kami just in case mag-end na itong among contract isa namin sa private niya, ano?
Sige. So, other than that, mayroon pa other inputs? So if wala na, we can proceed siguro sa second. So this is a rough ano pa man lang, so we can smooth it while we're working on it. So next is the intent scope. So it should answer na what is within the scope of the project and what is outside of it. So we'll ma-determine kita sa aton nga project scope. So siguro isa-isahon.
They cannot acquire talent from copies mismo because parang mababa yung, kumbaga hindi makakuha sa standards nila, sir. Medyo
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Kamusta mo din si Maman, sir?
Sir, I think nang ma-answer ka siguro provinces as a whole. I-share screen ko na lang, then ako na lang mag-assist sa taking down some words.
So, good afternoon everyone. No?
Yes, that is two. Number 2. So ang amo na dapat obrauta, no? Sino may ang sa VC1 may ara ka nga slide 2 ni Jusel para may mga question tug lang nga obrauta.
Good afternoon, sir. Jesra.
Yes.
So, ang atong facilitator is Kenneth Katagi. So, Ken, pwede mo ma-share ang imo PowerPoint tapos parang daw
kay duwa lang di si Miag-aw kag si si Miag-aw si Uton, no?
Okay, sir, kita.
Sir, may template dire sa pare. Okay.
Sir, excuse me. Ken?
Yes, sir.
Bali-bali mo ka second slide tapos dira may butang atong butangan mo siya title, pareho sa project description, mga ambal na.
Tapos take note lang LGU diri, no? Uton ang Miag-aw para masabat nila side by side. No, buligan ta. Na okay.
Tapos kung ano ang ma-take up Ken record mo lang sa dalong.
Oo.
Kung anong
so let's say highlight mo na yung ano, Ken, ang slide number 1. Tapos balik ka lang.
So, ang sa slide number 1, what is the project description? Description. What is the problem or opportunity? So, lahat ng mga project description.
So para sa uton, no, ang description siguro sa iya nga project description is ease of doing business, no, sa uton, no. So it's ease of doing business, no. That's for uton. For sa Miag-aw, kamusta?
Para si Miag-aw.
Oo, para si Miag-aw. Siguro side by side para isa lang
Okay. Ang gawa, isa man for both Uton or the whole LGU of Iloilo nga 43 municipalities with exception of a few. Ang problema gid sa tanan wala ka mo sang ICT strategy direction.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so yung ease of doing business na yan, it's only just a activity later on. But right now, ang aton gid yung project problem, we don't have as ICT strategic direction sa inyo nga mga locality. Okay, I think I could answer number 1 for all of you. Kasi amo na ang nakita namon sa province sa assessment namon sa inyo tanan. You lack the necessary infrastructure, you lack even the information aspect. Ay new website down since then, no? Kadamo sang ang mga website natin wala unod or may website man wala man sang update kung ano nagkalatabo. Specifically, ang ginatanaw namon subong during COVID, why kita sang update para sa aton mga constituents except sa inyong Facebook, no?
Facebook page, yes, sir.
Pero social media is not. The platform ginatanaw natin is website.
Joe, para madasig, no? Let's go through the questions and answer.
Okay, number 2. Ano tong question number 2 ba? Click ano yung babaw?
Intense scope.
Anong problem, no? Ang issue of doing business is just a micro, no? Ang macro gid ya, no ICT strategy or / committee, no, to create or committee to take charge of the project.
Tama. ICT direction. So that will be an answer na siya karon later on ang structure na requirement.
Yeah, amo gid na number 1 problem. Can you erase ang doing business na? I think it's
sige. Pwede sa babaw lang. Sino ka take note? Sir Ken?
Sino ka wala sa PowerPoint?
Sir Ken?
Okay. Can you just take note?
Can you erase that doing business and change that to ang opportunity or problem? No ICT.
Sir, na take note ko sa chat, sir.
No
ICT. Copy niya na lang.
Strategy. Okay, sige.
Sige.
Para bala makita namon i-present ni no ICT strategy.
Ang suggestion ko balay click bala tong first nga slide. First na slide balay click ka na sa babaw. Okay. Dira ka sugpod sa answer sa after sa opportunity. Dira ka kay drop pa man lang na.
Dala lang.
After sa opportunity dira na lang na papaki lang na siya. Sugpod na lang noon na. Okay.
Hindi mo na ma-edit ang nga slide daw.
Kuha na siya naka PDF na naging transfer. Bambot ko ma-edit na.
ICT strategy or committee to take charge of the strategy or committee.
Committee, sir, sa nakaroon sa structure ang strategy kaya wala sila plano eh. There's no plan at all even to create a committee. Mapupunta sila. So no ICT strategy or direction. That's the main problem that we have. Intent and scope. What is the scope of the project that is outside of it? What efforts is adjusted to the particular project now? This is what you're going to start na. Intent and scope.
By the way, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, RLG is planning na to create the ICT department. I don't know lang when to be implemented. As you can see, makita mo nila, sir, na medyo kulang, hindi naman kaya duwabi mag-perform sa mga ICT-related problems pala. Like,
Okay. Tama
na.
na.
Mo niya kamot. So,
tama na.
So, one of siguro, mabutang man siguro nato na sa no ICT strategy is the planning man, may plano man sila to create
Pero that's a problem, no? Kay I think it's a problem, no? Amo na nga ibutang nga ubrahan, no? Para nakakreate ka. Para matapos na naninan, no? We know that para
yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Oo. Para concrete bala, ang intent and
Hello, Ma'am Sir. Good afternoon. Ma'am Pearl.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi, basta Ma'am Pearl. Sino ang RD?
Yes, sir. Sir Marvin.
Nakastart na mo, Pearl?
Wala lang pali akong ka-start na sila, Marv, pero present ko na.
Okay. Sige. Can we have a feedback siguro from the LGUs? No? Hello, Ma'am and Sir. Good afternoon. Kay Sir Elcid. Sir J. Lord. Sir James Sangnabas, sir. From Numancia. Ma'am Maria Templo Nebo. Hari ka di ma'am.
Next week.
Yes. Because I know that the slides will not capture every sentiment or concern shared in the provincial breakout. All right, so at this point, let's go now to our sharing per province. And I don't know if you want it alphabetically or probably the first one to volunteer. Who would like to share first? Ang ready na para we don't waste, no? Or wait for others while they're working on their slides. Sino ang ready nga province? Who would like to share their design criteria slide? Ready na? And then maybe we can ask someone who can just also share. You don't have to write everything sa slide. Maybe just explain some of the points that you placed in your slides. In your one slide. This is just a one slide presentation, please. Okay. So if there's no volunteer, then I have no choice but to call each one alphabetically. Let's hear from Antique. Who would like to share? Sino nga ton PD sa Antique, RD?
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, attorney. Good afternoon, everyone. So far, we have here Sir Engineer Eli. Please, the slide ta.
Wait lang, sir. Okay, so sir, ari lang slide ta.
Actually, we medyo nagkulang kami sang time because of so many ideas again raised ng ating members here in the province of Antique. So we are so very thankful with Brother John and Sir Darcy and the rest of our contributors with our content natin with our project brief. So we started with the identification of project description. So far we have identified, next slide please, sir. So the need to promote collaboration among the different stakeholders in the province. So amo ni siya ang main goal naton wherein collaboration ng isa naton nga ginalantaw nga need naton with our stakeholders such as the LGU, academic, and industry, including the national government agencies, and also to develop the synergy among different stakeholders. So ano ang intended scope naton? So LGUs with big schools were most of the talent. So focus lang kita anay with the LGUs nga may mga schools na such as Tibiao, Sibalom, San Jose, Culasi, UA campuses. Then to develop the enabling environment for ICT industries in the province. So based sa aton intended scope naton, sa next slide please natin try. So mo diya mga exploration questions. If an LGU would like to collaborate, so how much can the LGU invest in this collaboration? Does the LGU have the budget for the collaboration? So we are looking to start the ICT Council, ang initiative in the municipal level. That's why, if possible, if it happens na ang hosting of our ITPPM in the capital, so sa part sa mga municipal level, it need to collaborate what will be the contribution with regards to the needs of sa talent, sa infrastructure. That's why kinanglan maklear naton what will be the investment in part of the LGU. So at the same time, are we ready to cater the locators? So ang approach natin is on the provincial level, no? That's why ang preparation natin, we are looking for the provincial level na approach. So how much talents do we have with regards to academic training centers in the province who are right now here? What are the existing programs of the NDAs that promote ICT in the province, and then what is the effect of technology in today's youth, LGU, private sector, etc., and what are the major issues of concern regarding the ICT? So mo diyang mga exploration question natin based sa aton nga gin-identify ang project description wherein as we go along with the formulation of our design brief, mo diya ang possible nga ituguan natin kang solution. So next slide please. So ang target sector natin, well, of course, our LGU, then industries, ICT, academic, constituents, working class, because of the employment na ma-generate kang aton nga industry, then national government agencies, then business sector. Then up to research plan na kami, ma'am, strengthening the IC presence and awareness in the municipal level through different projects and programs of the ICT. Actually, looking on the participants in our level here in the province, ang nakita naton diri, since ang ginalantaw ko, I agree with Father John nga start kita with the municipal level. That's why gin-involve naton ang mga planning officer, planning coordinators, or LIPO of our municipal levels. At the same time natin ay IT DICT coordinators, since nakita natin bala nga kung ang potential location natin will situate in the capital town of the province, but then we need collaboration with our municipal level through, just for example, sanda nga talents, kung paano kita maka-come up sa trainings, kaya sponsoran kang aton nga LGU. So far, ma'am, attorney, dyan lang kami nag-start. Then continue lang naman with through our group chat or whatever meetings we have by next week if allows, para madugangan natin dyan ating design brief. So thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Sir Jimwell. No, so I really appreciate your exploration questions. They were really very complementary to your project description. And yes, I look forward to the completion of your design brief, especially on the question, how will you measure your success? so that we are able to really clearly understand your project. And then sa project planning, what resources do you need? Because this might also be something na pwede naman pangayo sa aton yung mga different NGAs and also from our stakeholders. So my advice to the Antique group is to identify at least 5 WISER core team for your province. Okay, so because in the next activity, we will invite 5 representatives per province to design our provincial WISER program on a per province basis. Okay, so thank you, Antique. Let's now go to Aklan. Aklan, who will be sharing for Aklan?
Hello, Josel. I can share for Aklan.
Marvin?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Where do you want to share?
Okay, sir. Wait lang, sir.
Okay, so after Aklan, please get ready copies. So don't worry, don't be concerned. I know that the design brief is not it's impossible to finish the design brief in 30 minutes, no? So please use that in your provincial planning so that we can continue to get the inputs from your provincial stakeholders. Okay, let's listen to Aklan.
Okay, so hello, good afternoon, ma'am. This is the data taken from 4 stakeholders po. Okay, so ito lang po yung nakuha ko, ma'am. Kasi po nang out of time na po. First is problem on internet stability. No existing ICT Council. Same po ng ibang mga stakeholders po. Okay, so another problem is telco signals daw po are very low and some of the areas, especially sa mga valleys or mountainous communities, are signals are low po. And then, according sa LGU Malay po yun. And then, problem on internet stability. Same po, no existing ICT Council in LGU that would spearhead the projects. According naman po sa LGU in Washington. Next is, don't have own ICT. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, sir. So I will be sharing the inputs that we have planned. So ang ma-present, ma'am, attorney, si Sir Romel Sario of the Philippine Christian University.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, attorney, and to all the participants. So for the province of Capiz, our project description is to capacitate our Capiceño teachers through the emerging technology of the 21st century. So we found out that there is really a need to upskill and reskill our teachers and trainers in order for them to cope up with the providing quality education to our future ICT professionals in the province of Capiz. So the scope of this project will cover the teachers and trainers that includes the higher educations, both private and public schools, DepEd and TESDA. So what are the questions or explorations that are being identified? We need to capacitate our teachers with the emerging technologies such as the IoT, the AI, or robotics, which are very important for the next century or 21st century skills needed by the industry. So again, the target users is in the academy. So our research plan is the coordination between the three important aspects: the LGU, the national government agencies, the academy, the government, and the most important is the industry. So what are the expected outcome? So this is in order for us to sustain outstanding ICT talents for the province of Capiz with the upgrading of the competency of our teachers. This will also increase the future enrollment of students engaging in the ICT related courses. So for our success matrix, we were able to come up with outstanding quality ICT talents in which the industry needs. So for our project planning, so with the help of the academy, they will provide the list of their faculty and staff to be trained in part of the government, especially the LGU, with the logistics, with the venues, and the DICT by providing the different institution of the needed technology to support this training. And important is the industry in which they will be the one to give us the speakers, resource speakers, as well as review our curriculum to match their requirements. Because what we found out that there are cases that the curriculum that we are offering in our higher education is different from what they are needed in the industry. So that is why there is a mismatch. So with the, again, as an overall, our main target for this project is to upscale and rescale our trainers and teachers or to come up with the ICT competence transformation for the province of Capiz. So that's all for our project brief.
Okay. So thank you very much, Sir Romel, for that presentation. No? So now, as you can see, you will realize that every province has a different goal, although the same mission, but may mga nuances, may mga differences. And just for information, ang Capiz, Rojas, you already have an ICT council, di ba?
Yes,
and
yes.
I think you have
Capiz
one
ICT
of,
Council.
Yeah, and I think right now in Capiz, you are very lucky that I think the one heading your ICT council is Joey Gorango, which is who is a very famous IT figure, not only in Capiz but of course the whole Philippines. No, so but I have always heard from Capiz that you don't really want to create as many ICT councils in different LGUs, but gusto nyo holistic ang approach nyo as a province. So that is also very much appreciated. Kanami sila. So I like the idea na you are now going to focus more on the upskilling of your talent, but to go there, you want to upskill first your teachers in order for them to deliver the right training also for their students. So indirectly, you will be creating qualified talent for the digital age. No? So thank you. It's very inspiring because under the WISER program, we can actually develop and design next steps according to what you want to achieve. No? According sa inyong design brief. Okay, so I hope that Aklan will continue further with your discussion so that you can actually also complete your design brief, just like what they call this, just like Capiz, no? And I just like to synthesize nga in the case naman of Antique, their immediate and urgent goal right now is really to unify the province into creating pockets of ICT councils for the purpose of collaboration. So iba-ibang reality, every province iba-ibang reality. That's why we don't want to say nga amo ni himo unta next time kami sa DICT regional level kay we do not know what you need. So now gagwa na siya through this exercise. All right, so let's go to Guimaras this time. Let's take a look at the minutes.
Good afternoon, Attorney Giselle.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Director Mar, good afternoon. Okay. So for Guimaras, Ma'am Lillian, ICT Council, Provincial ICT Council in charge will present kay gusto na masagid ma-present. So would like to give the chance to Ma'am Jerlyn to present the project brief of Guimaras. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Giselle. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerlyn. Hello.
Go ahead.
We can hear you loud and clear.
First of all, we would like to thanks for this workshop, for the province of Guimaras. As for our project description, the main problem that we have now is on how to activate the organized Guimaras ICT Council, wherein our provincial governor already issued an executive order number 54 series of 2019, an order organizing the ICT Council of the province of Guimaras. Next slide. Next is for our scope. Members of the ICT Council of Guimaras Province, the efforts that we did in order to activate our ICT Council are first, we have already sent a letter of request to DICT Region 6 for the CapDev for ICT Council members last year. And they replied us to wait for the response of the NICP because again forward na ata nila sa NICP ang amon nga request. And then we have already submitted the letter of intent to the NICP for membership. And then the creation of EO 54 series of 2019, an order organizing the ICT Council in Guimaras. Next. For the exploration questions, first question that we would like to ask is, who are the ideal members of the ICT Council? It's because while kapamati ako kay nasa sa discussion ni Ma'am ni attorney, to kanami gidya nga private individual ang malid sang isa ka ICT Council. So as for the province of Guimaras nga gin create ni Gov nga EO, most of our members are ng heads of the provincial government and then the national government. Next question is, balik ka na yan. What are the steps that needs to be followed to fully activate the ICT Council? Again, next question, next slide. Target users namon is Guimaras ICT Council members and the other council, council stakeholders and investors. For our research plan, how will you explore your opportunity space? First, active participation of the ICT Council members to collaborate with the potential investors and benchmarking with other ICT councils. For outcomes, fully operational sang amon nga ICT Council. Then for the success metrics, number of organized or attended investment, promotion, or activities. And then the project planning, what we need are first the fund sources, for the cap dev, for the resource persons in case, and then logistics. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Joanne.
Jerlyn.
Jerlyn, no, thank you, Jerlyn. Again, I appreciate that you clearly stated what you want, no, and that is to reactivate your provincial ICT council, no. So as you can see, this is a different scenario as well. In the case of Guimaras. So I'm happy because you have clearly outlined your steps and you have also updated us with what you already have done. And what we need to do is just to pursue these steps as our next steps for WISER, for the WISER program. Okay, so kaklaro, and you have clearly provided your targets and even your success metrics, no, and how will you say that in the end you became successful in achieving your project, and basically you said fully operational ICT council. All right, so thank you, Guimaras.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you.
Sige, don't worry because we'll help. I'll follow up with an ICP. Pero ako lang, initially, I already would like to advise all the participants this afternoon nga please participate sa Victor or the Visayas ICT virtual conference on August 25. Okay, next, let's go to Iloilo.
Hello, good afternoon, Ma'am Josel. Good afternoon, Sir Mar. So, saan po ang sa Iloilo?
Province, right? Oo, sige.
Oops, wait lang. So, project description. What is the problem or opportunity? First, whole LGU Iloilo. Now ICT strategic direction in localities, lacking of information aspects, no websites or no updates. Use of website as the main platform, not the social media such as Facebook. No ICT committee or department to spearhead to take charge of the projects. Next, intent scope. To put up a committee, structure or ordinance, creation of ICT council for the formulation and implementation of ICT strategic and direction. Intended for DICT. No clear DICT initiated strategy. No clear scope or intent to convene for the stakeholders for the development of ICT councils. LGUs initiated strategy or the ICT initiated strategy. Next slide. Explorations questions. ICT committee to take charge of the projects. Target users, the LGU in particular and the community and in general. Next. Research plan. Opportunity not only for Oton but for the different localities in Iloilo and the NICT. The opportunity of attracting investors. Research on opportunity of Oton and the NICT. Next. Expected outcomes. So, outcomes. Layout of plans or strategies for the 5-year plan. Business opportunity. Increase in talents. ICT-enabled services. Business environment. Increase in ICT infrastructure projects in respective LGUs. Increase talent, ICT-enabled services. Also increase ICT in infrastructure. Next slide. Ang success metrics. Positive change from the current status to an increase in startups, increased talent, and an increase in engagement with the private businesses and LGUs. Next. Project planning. Acquisition and allocation of funds, legal basis, EO or ordinances for the creation of the ICT Council and implementation of its projects. Stage. The resources are planned and will be executed at the inception stage of the project. Urgency. The opportunity that was presented and the demand or requirement for the services to its constituents and for the general public. Relevant time frame. September to December. Inception stage. Funding to respective LGUs for the creation of ICT councils. So that's all for Iloilo, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Galing-galing sa Iloilo ba? No? I like it that you have a lot of suggested steps for us to take, no? You know, we really need to outline the need for each province. Kay, for example, ang Iloilo, kadako-dako, ni siya nga probinsya, no? So, it also needs to maximize its resources and also maximize its talent. So I really appreciate the stakeholders of Iloilo for putting all this together. To the DICT team, kindly make sure you collect all the slides, ha, kasi iba-iba yung iba-iba yung input tsaka iba-iba yung gusto nilang mga programs. So we have to take note of that so that we can really provide relevant interventions. All right, so next, finally, my home province. No, pasensya gid sa alphabetical permigid ulihi ang Negros Occidental. Director Tommy. Oo. Sino ma-report? Ikaw?
Oo, kako na lang agad ko na.
Sige.
Ipiya lang isang slide.
Okay. Sige.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ang sa Negros i-collect na lang tamon ang mga kwansang academic mga LGU into hindi na lang namon ang konsepto. Kay ang there are many problems na collect namon. Halimbawa sa unstable connectivity, participation and awareness of the in terms of technology-driven services, skills mismatch in terms of talent, and establish ICT sector, assessment of all teachers from college in terms of ICT, no ICT division in every LGU. Actually, may ara man division ang San Carlos. May ara man kita ICT sa Negros. Pero ang problema is sa kalabanan ng LGU kung wala ka participate sa council. So that is why dapat may create siyang ICT division in every LGU. Kaya the whole province ang aton target So ang problema sa isang nga LGU does not support or appreciate prioritization of ICT projects and initiative. So the problem is sa Bilongan Negros, ang duta ng LGU ang nag-participate sa ICT Council. So that is why dapat din maka-create ang balsang isap sa academy na we must develop an ICT sector involving LGU, DepEd, tanan nga dapat maka-create na organization ng ICT sector. Then para mahapos ma-distribute sa kada sector, kag makuha sa mga data to assess the skills ng kada LGU to determine the skills of every LGU sang ilang mga citizens para maka-create kita sang data analytics kang nga mga problema nga dapat kung sino tong mga ng LGU sang training kag makulit man sang data about mga trainers naton kung may ara sa Negros nga damo man mga experts sa mga skills para mabuligan ang tanang mga sectors. So nagkakailangan ko ng interventions ng DICT at least para DICT can help to collect the data and then sa mga Sorry, kasi sakit ang ako likod. Then that is why we need to have the ICT sector develop sa every LGU so that they will appreciate and prioritize ICT projects and initiatives. So that is ang amula na siya ang mga output. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Engineer Tome, no? So, ma'am, baka nga amula ning aton yung output sa Negros, pero kadamo-damo ang ulubrahon. Do po matsyag ko, ang atong slide, pinakadamo ang ulubrahon. The reason why is it's very diverse. The interventions that we want for Negros is really very long, different, coming from different areas. So, I think Negros Occidental as a province will also be one of the provinces that will truly benefit a provincial level WISER program. Kay sa aton sa Negros kadamo pa kita sang plansahon gitudo because well, compared to other provinces, our province has the most number of cities. We have 12 cities, no? So inang 12 cities nakabudlay man na nga ang balon mo lang nga magtingob. Okay, they also want to retain their own identities as a city, no? So, and again, that's a different kind of reality, no? So, okay, so I will not continue further because we have already extended some beyond time. I just would like to share this last few slides, just an announcement. What we will do is we will synthesize, we will create a synthesis of the WISER kick-off, no? So, RD Omar, malisensya na kung daan nga, I will make use of Marvin so we can work together to create the synthesis of this activity para ma-share ta sa tanan nga provinces. In the meantime, I just would like to reiterate the invitation of Director Emmy earlier if we can have a very strong representation sa Victor. No, kay tatlo na siya ka provinces, Region 6, 7, and 8. So I'm hoping na ang pinakadamo nga delegation will come from Region 6. So it's going to be on August 25 to 27. Ini special gid na kon ining invitation sa tanan. Diri lang na sa Victor. Wala na siya sa Luzon kag Mindanao. Ginsuguran ni siya ang Kriacon sang Bacolod in 2016. This is the 4th Kriacon. The second day of the Victor Conference is always Creative Congress. And just look at the speakers. We have speakers for game development, for design, for 2D, for film. And most of these speakers are actually from Region 7. So, chansa tanan nga makapamati man sang sikrito sang Region 7, party sa ilang creative industry. So, please join the Kriacon, which is day 2 of our Victor Conference. No? So just ask your respective provincial directors of your DICT how to register to the Victor Conference. And finally, i-reiterate ko man ang invitation ni RD kag ni Director Emmy. I'm asking Western Visayas, dutay lang pirming aton entry sa e-governance. No? Ironically, I am one of those who conceptualized this in 2012. Damo di sang gadaog nga mga taga Luzon, no? So pero i-try taman mag-intraday. If you have e-governance system, business permit, automated system, contact tracing, COVID and whatever, intra lang It's not really for na madaog kita but to really experience how to be part of the e-governance awards and to see also the best practices of other LGUs in these e-governance awards. Finally, startup challenge naton. Basi may mga startups kamo da. So medyo dasig na lang ang mga deadline pero maybe may mga extension pa. If you have startups, just contact also your provincial director for your activity, for your possible potential entry sa startup. Ini naman ang startup challenge, ang sikreto naman ang mga universities kag colleges in your different provinces. Basi may ara sila nga mga estudyante nga may nag-create sa mga startups nila. Now, so that's it. This is my last slide. I'm so honored to be part of this development for our region. It feels good to not only help your city, it feels good to help the whole province, I mean the whole region, and even the whole country. So this is my details, and of course my contact email if you wish to reach out. But nonetheless, for purposes of WISER program, I will lodge it all to the office of Regional Director Omar to do the communication. So again, salamat ug mayong hapon sa tanan. Back to you, Dayan.
All right. Thank you very much once again, Attorney Giselle. And we really hope everyone has learned something from this afternoon's event, no? Especially with the ICT councils in our respective provinces. Okay. To proceed to the last part of our program. Let us hear a closing message to be given to us by Sir Jim.
It's gonna be Jim who's going to have the closing remarks because the connection of Sir Elmer and the Technical Operations Division's office was cut off.
Okay. Okay, sir. So let's hear the closing remarks to be given to us by Sir Jimuel Espanola, the Provincial Officer of the DICT Antique. Sir.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. So we are so very grateful wherein we come up with this activity where in fact it was started 3 weeks ago in almost 3 weeks of preparation with Ma'am Giselle. Actually, it was conceptualized during our meeting with provincial officers last 3 weeks ago. So we are so very happy wherein with the short notice with our participants, we're able to come up with our targets with the number of participants, especially for the province of Antique. Allow me to mention, because of the conceptualization, the ICT Council here, we will start with the municipal level. So with the WISER, well, of course, we are so very grateful with the presence of Attorney Giselle as our consultant. Then, ginabatian man natin ang discussion on the ICT projects and programs through our regional director. Then, Director Emilio Delfin also present here to present IIDB programs and projects wherein it could greatly help us, guiding us, especially in the provincial level, on how to strengthen and how to establish our ICT councils in Region 6. So also, nakita natin, assess natin as we go along with our discussion with Attorney Giselle, nga kung paano makita natin ano bala ang status, ang standing of our ICT ecosystem in our respective provinces, wherein we're able to come up with updates from our regional director of the DICT programs and projects, and also with our director, Ma'am Emilio Delfin. So though we have a short time for doing where we want to go, but then we come up with productive collaboration on exchanging our ideas in every province through our activity. So how do we get there? I know it's just a beginning, especially in the provinces of Antique and Guimaras, wherein medyo nag-start pa lang kami with our ICT Council, nga kung sa diin, we really need help of Attorney Giselle and the rest of IIDB team in the national level and in the regional level, wherein ma-establish na ito, maka-take off kami here in the province. That's why we able to involve our municipal ICT and municipal planning coordinators here in the province in order to help us in conceptualizing on how to establish ICT council in the municipal level. So hoping for more activities to come with our consultant and with our regional team of the ICT, where in fact we have a lineup of activity as we saw our program here. Next is our provincial strategic planning, then to be followed by our ICT Council strategic planning for all the members of the ICT Council to be created in the future. So Once again, in behalf of our regional director, I speak in lieu of our division chief, Engineer Prudente, in behalf of our regional director, Mario P. Cuñado. We would like to thank, well, of course, our very own consultant, Attorney Giselle, and also our IIDB director, Ma'am Emilio Delfin, with the presence also of Sir Jesraf Palmares of IFIT and Sir Joven Tansi. With your help, we know we mahimo naton dyan, especially in the provinces we're in. We really need the help of our ICT councils what already established in the region. Well, of course, the presence of our participants. We know without them, ura natin ma-realize diyang ating activity. We are so very happy with the responses from our provincial government of Antique, Aklan, and the rest of the provinces of the region, wherein well represented ang aton nga mga municipal officials, ang mga sectors from academ and from the business sector, also our national government agencies. Until the end of our program, nakita natin ang support because of interesting natin yung mga topics for the development, for the improvement of our ICT ecosystem here in the region. So once again, good afternoon, thank you, and see you in our next meetings.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I would like to extend also my profound gratitude to Attorney Giselle. Thank you very much, Attorney, for helping us with this workshop and launching. And to all municipal mayors, I know I haven't seen or met most of the municipal mayors of Region 6 because 2019 I was assigned here, January, and then right after that pandemic, I cannot go around to the municipalities of Region 6. So may hopefully within next year, I can really get in touch with all the municipal mayors and the governors of Region 6. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time. And even though we extended almost an hour, you are still here. Thank you very much. We will have another session to, I think, complete that data that we developed this afternoon. Because it's not really easy to develop a document like that within 30 minutes. So we'll meet some other time, maybe one day, or so that we can really come up with a very comprehensive document. So thank you very much again, everyone. Happy weekend and keep safe.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Ma'am Emilu, Sir Attorney Giselle, and Sir Jesraf. Thank you very much for your time, and also to our guests and participants coming from the local government units, national government agencies, academe and private and business sectors across 6 provinces in Western Visayas. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. And also to our regional director, Director Mario. Sir, thank you very much. Together with our Chief of Technical Operations Division, Engineer Elmer Prudente. And also our provincial officers, thank you very much for being with us also, and the respective teams. No? So, have I missed some? Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, IIDB. You did a good
Thank
job.
you, the ICT.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Happy
For a
weekend.
job well
Thank
done.
you, guys.